I'm gonna write some of this shit down.
Hello everybody, how you all doing? I hope you all doing well. My name is Isaac Paradise here with HoN Oh My God, and this is the HoN Oh My God Before the Storm tournament. I'm joined here by Easy Folk Clan, John, and What You Got, aka Chris. Guys, how are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic. Been looking forward to this since last year. It's finally so happy to see it come to fruition.
Yeah, I'm doing great. It's awesome to have some HoN tournaments that we can broadcast over to the community. I know they've been missing some quality competitive action for quite some time now.
Yeah. So, hold on a second. All right, everything is set. So we're today here are seeing Team HeM versus Team Backdoor Protocol. A leader of Team Backdoor Protocol being Teasing Ali and HeM being Kaiza. So you guys take it over from here and yeah, enjoy the tournament, everybody. See you soon.
All right, you want to jump right in and talk about bans, Chris?
So Legion team started off with a Moira ban, followed up by their second ban as the Chronos. Hellborn will ban out the Geomancer and the Kinesis. Anything stand out to you there, John?
Moira. It's interesting that Moira is still considered a top tier or a first tier ban, given how hard she got hit by the nerf bat recently. And Ephemeral Forge got a long or a big increase in cooldown at all levels. But it's still just a nuisance of a hero to deal with. She puts a big pause on any kind of team fight that she's able to get her ulti off in, and just the global presence that she provides is extremely frustrating to deal with. Throughout the entire game. But I think most of these bans look pretty standard to me, especially following up Geomancer, Chronos, Kinesis. Chronos is just kind of one of those ultra late game carries that can really, really, you're never quite out of the game if you have a Chronos on your team because of just the amount of lockdown that he can provide on the enemy carry and really the entire enemy squad if the stars line. And then Geomancer is just, he's one of those heroes that also frustrating to deal with, provides a great scout potential and for scouting out ganks for his team to find, as well as preventing his own team from getting ganked with the Geostock. And then you can see exactly why they banned Kinesis on the Hellborn side. They pick Magnus and Bubbles into their lineup. So they ban a Kinesis so that those abilities, Lava Surge and Shell Surf, can't be stolen. So
to agree, I think those are great points. And then we see on the Legion side they pick up Artesia into Moraxis, followed up by Midas before going into the blind bans. Does anything stand out to you in those three picks?
Artesia is actually one that Artesia is one that sticks out to me because that's kind of an unusual hero. I feel like I haven't seen that hero in a competitive match or even TMM matches too often lately. I mean, I do see it picked in TMM, but it's kind of a weird hero. It has a really, really strong laning presence early on, but I feel like it's kind of one of those heroes that if you don't make your mark felt early in the game, it kind of tapers off a little bit. As far as Meraxis and Midas, those are pretty standard competitive picks. I'm not really sure exactly how they're going to lane it, but yeah. And then Andromeda, of course, is a top tier support pick. Helps just save anybody, any core player.
Is it safe to say that seeing the Meraxis and Midas come out following the Artesia, that we will most likely see Artesia played in a support role? I think it is sometimes common to see her played as like a mid, but I don't know. What are you thinking?
Well, they actually picked Artesia as their third pick. I don't know.
Okay.
She got swapped to blue, but yeah, they initially picked Midas and then Meraxis, then Artesia. So I think it is pretty likely that we're going to see her in a support role. I'm not really sure exactly which role they're going to shove Meraxis and Midas into. There's heroes are very flex. Both of them can work in a dual lane. My read right now is that they might have some sort of Meraxes off lane, Midas mid, and then maybe some sort of tri lane with the Artesia, with two, like a second support stunner and some sort of carry that has a stun. But the heroes are very flex. They could still do a 2-1-2, could do a jungler, whatever. But jumping into the second wave of bans, you see, Vindicator was the top of the list, and I'm in full support of that. Whenever I play TMM, oftentimes, unless somebody else spam picks some other hero that I find really annoying, my default bans are Vindy Moira. So I understand completely why these heroes are not in the game. Not mentioning the rest of the bans yet. Fade picked. This looks like a second support Fade, maybe. I know you're a fan of that. I've seen you play it yourself in a couple of competitive matches every now and then. So
yeah, I'm a big fan of Fade. I think the hero provides great utility to your team, both between the line stun and the scouting from the ultimate. Yeah, I love the Fade pickup. And then Swiftblade is the response pick coming out for the Hellborn side, so they go with which could be their carry or a secondary semi carry in the Swiftblade. But I do want to touch on the rest of the bans just before we touch on the last two picks. So
definitely.
Sandwraith and Sandwraith, Clanks, and Magebane banned out by the Hellborn side, so all three targeted at carries, which the Legion team hasn't looked to pick up yet. And then following the Vindicator pick was the Arachna and the Behemoth, so a little bit of a mixture between some roaming and a semi carry or carry in the Arachna.
Yeah, I mean, I understand completely why they banned Arachna. That hero is just frustrating to deal with on many fronts, most notably laning phase, though. But why do you think that Hellborn decided to ban Sandwraith? I feel like it's kind of fairly weak right now. It's in a competitive setting. It seems a little bit odd to ban it because of how hard it can be punished. How do you feel about that?
I'm actually not too sure exactly why. I'm looking at their early picks and I'm not quite seeing how Sandwraith would fit perfectly well because they hadn't picked up the Fade just yet, or maybe they had some kind of idea that some kind of Fade plus global type of strategy was coming out, but then they could just look to ban the Fade right away. So I'm not quite sure. I do have to agree. It is a little bit puzzling why they did ban the Sandwraith. But we do see a Shadowblade as the final pick for the Legion side, so it will be a Shadowblade going up against a Swiftblade, carry versus carry. And then the last pick for the Hellborn side was the Lodestone. So Lodestone, a fantastic hero, getting that all the way as the 5th and final pick, and 10th overall pick in the game. Gotta say, I'm a little bit surprised that that hero made it all the way through. So yeah, what do you think about the two lineups overall? Is there one particular lineup that you think is favored going into this match?
Mm, I kind of feel like Hellborn has the edge, at least in the early game. I'm just a big fan of Magnus in the early game. Especially, I expect them to do some sort of tri lane with Swiftblade, Andromeda, Mag. My read on their laning setup is going to be a tri lane between those three heroes, a mid bubbles, an off lane lodestone. Could be a solo short lodestone. I don't know exactly where they plan on putting their tri lane, but lodestone pretty much is solid and can just maintain his lane wherever he goes because of just how mobile and tanky he is simultaneously. They have a really strong tri lane setup, and especially if the Magnus decides to move out of it and start pressuring the other two solo laners, we could see some really early kills give the Hellborn side a big advantage. Um, I like Legion's team going into. I mean, Artesia is a great. She's going to put a lot of pressure with the magic missile in the early laning phase, but come mid game, I think that Legion might have a slight edge because of the scouting presence of the Fade, giving room for Shadowblade to farm. He is a better carry come ultra late game. So in the mid game, if he's able to find that space because of the Fade, he is going to out carry Swiftblade. But like I said, they have a lodestone, so Shatterstorm is going to put potentially a damper on Shadowblade's ability to fight if he doesn't keep, say, a shrunken head off cooldown, waiting for Lodestone to come in. But they've got this great wave pusher in Midas, this great scout and fade, and then they've got maybe we'll see an Artesia staff, so we have a global what is that ability called? Essence projection. So I don't know. I mean, it really goes either way. Both teams have good stun, but I give the slight early game edge to Legion. But if they aren't able to fully utilize it, I kind of expect Legion. Excuse me, the early game presence I give to Hellborn, and then the Legion side, if they aren't punished early game, I feel like they're going to pull ahead.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think looking at the two lineups in comparison, I feel like Hellborn has good early game roam, and their heroes don't necessarily require the early portal keys to be very effective in the early game. They just need to get their levels up and start roaming the map. Whereas the heroes on the Legion side, I think they're going to just be trying to look toward getting out of the laning phase without falling too far behind. And once they are able to acquire those first tier of core items, which will probably be the portal keys on both the Midas and the Meraxes, that's when they can look to start really taking head-on team fights into the Hellborn side. So I think that their goal for the early game is just going to be to try to make it out without falling too far behind. We do have a pause here, as you guys can see. Hopefully, it doesn't take too much longer.
Yeah,
Um, so
there's
yeah,
only so much theory crafting I can do prior to the start of the game.
so yeah,
I
I think we're
really
expecting a tri-lane from the Hellborn side. I would like to see them match up their Swiftblade aggressive lane against the Shadowblade and try to force a lot of early pressure on him because Shadowblade is one of those heroes where if you do kind of just let him do his thing for too long, you are gonna get punished eventually because he just scales very tremendously going into the mid and late game with that
yeah
essence shift pounding up attributes onto whichever ability he chooses.
yeah I feel agility has been the most popular as of late, and exactly right with the ultimate. Essence Shift does give him probably the best stat game over any carry in the game because it gives him what 60% more at the last level. I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to pull up my
It
Learnatorium,
goes
but
20, 35, and 50% of primary
50%.
attribute.
Okay,
So he gains a huge chunk going into that level 3 ultimate.
yeah,
And
50%
it's
more
very noticeable once you start getting into that stage of the game.
exactly. And I think that you're exactly right. Hellborn should try to match their tri lane up with Legion's tri lane because I do expect a tri lane from Legion. I expect Shadowblade Fade Artesia to probably go in the same lane, and they're kind of locked in to that tri lane as well. Fade can do a bit of roaming, but Andro. The great thing about the Hellborn's tri lane is that they aren't exactly locked into it. Swiftblade can kind of survive on his own because of his spin, giving him magic immunity. But Magnus and Andromeda are fantastic roamers in their own right, so they're going to have to pay a lot of attention to their movements. If depending on whichever way the tri lane goes, whether they win it or they lose it.
That's a good point. Um, and even if they didn't want to for whatever reason do an aggressive lane, they do still have proper lanes where they can just send the lodestone into the off lane and have the roamers as you stated, while having the Swiftblade um, farm in his own right. But yeah, it's a very flexible lineup, very well drafted, I would say.
Hmm.
Um, so now we are finally into the game. Actually the server did unpause, but it does look like the players are ready now. So game number 1 is underway, and we see heroes going to their respective lanes. In the top lane, we're going to see Fade and Midas. So this looks like it's going to be a 2-1-2 setup coming out from the Legion side as they have their Meraxes in the mid lane, as well as Artesia and Shadowblade going into the bottom lane. And then for Hellborn, we have the Andromeda with the Swiftblade. So it doesn't look like they're going to do what we were suggesting with the aggressive makeup. They're just going to go 2-1-2 lanes. Magnus does buy the Striders, so it looks like he's going to be going to do some early game roaming with the bubbles in the mid lane and Lodestone going into the off lane.
Yeah, he's positioning himself to be flexible over here by the Legion Conqueror. He's kind of floating dead center between the mid lane and the top lane. So he's kind of waiting to see exactly, and you can see that Hellborn has the lane ward in the top lane, so they do know that Fade and Midas are here. So they know that they're going up against the dual lane. So I expect to see Magnus show himself there first. And Legion has to be really careful because they have a ward on Fade, but he hasn't placed it yet. So if he doesn't get proper timing off on that ward placement, we might see a Bloodlust kill come out really quick from the Magnus assistance. Fade's kind of a sitting duck here. Doesn't have he's already skilled Burning Shadows, which is pretty standard, but who knows? A Shadow Walk early on could potentially save him from like an Andro stun that might lead into a Magma stun on top of a spin. So
Yeah, that's a
yeah,
good point to make up. He did choose to just go ahead and skill right away. We'll have to see if that does end up
Magnus is
hurting
already
him in
showing
the end.
up.
Here comes Magnus in for the flank. So Switchblade and Andromeda are making their way over. The Burning Shadows does come out onto the Magnus to slow him down. And now Fade is in a very risky position. He's going to get gone on by the Blade Frenzy from Switchblade. Out comes the Comet Sun from Andromeda. The Magnus with the Lava Surge. And they do give the kill to Switchblade. So that is a Bloodlust for the Hellborn carry. A fantastic start for him up in the top lane.
Yep. And we'll see exactly, how Legion is able to capitalize on other sides of the map, with the Lodestone being the lone dog down here versus Artesia and Shadowblade. But, Artesia's kind of a decent hero to deal with Lodestone, I think. She's got a lot of harass, and so she's kind of one of the only heroes that I feel like can actually put significant pressure onto Lodestone. One thing I wanted to mention as well, for those that weren't aware, and aren't paying attention to the items as much as we are, Zamos and Gravelocket are going to be allowed in this tournament, in contrast to last year's tournament. So we're going to see exactly, how the top tier competitive players are going to be utilizing those items to great effect. Artesia's getting gone on in the bot lane by Lodestone.
In the bot lane, Lodestone does use the Rocket Drill offensively. Now they're looking to turn it on him. Shadowblade, he does have a Fade Siphon. He's going to go ahead and use it there. The power supply does get popped by Lodestone. One more auto attack, and it will be enough for the kill. Shadowblade does pick up the very early boots, and he is going to get a kill with them immediately.
That looked like a max range magic missile that gave Shadowblade just the, exact amount of time.
Does come out onto the Fade and into the Blade Frenzy from Switchblade, and Fade will not be able to buy enough distance away. And that is the second kill for Switchblade. And he is already off to a 520 gold per minute start, 2 minutes into the game. That is just about as good as you can get if you're playing carry. He's got to be really happy with his start.
Yeah, Bloodlust certainly helps to that end. I mean, what do you want to see out of, Fade is 2 deaths deep here. He's getting some XP over here at the top lane. Magnus is setting up behind the tower, but I don't think he's going to do anything. But yeah, 2 deaths deep here in the top lane for Fade. What do you want to see from him? I feel like he needs to try and just maybe do a rotation. Give Midas the solo lane for a little bit. Get that level 4. Get a strong stun combo. Come back later. Maybe whenever they're a little bit off guard.
To be honest, I don't really feel like there's too many places he can go. It's very hard to gank a Bubbles early game in the mid lane, and also Lodestone as well when he does have the Rocket Drill up. So I think what he's doing, being up in the top lane, is correct. Just needs to be a little bit more cautious of where the Magnus is. As we talk about Magnus, he comes into the bottom lane. He's going to use the Lava Surge. Lodestone uses the Rocket Drill, and Artesia will go down to the duo Strength Hero combination. I don't think they spotted him out there, so that was a surprise to them. He did avoid their lane ward. I believe he came through the river here, so that ends up being a nice rotation from Magnus.
Meraxis is at half HP in the mid lane, and Magnus is setting up behind him. Not sure if he got seen by him, the tree line, but not gonna fully dive the tower there.
Yeah, so
He's
early
thinking
on,
pretty hard about it.
Bubbles is controlling this middle lane with a 26 and 8 creep score going up against a 15 and 1 Meraxis. He did get a double damage rune as his 2-minute rune, so that I believe helped him really control the mid lane, and he's going to even find himself a haste rune in the bottom lane now to further control this early game laning phase.
Lodestone.
Bottom lane, Lodestone gets a kill onto the Shadowblade. I completely missed that. but Lodestone is very low, so he's going to run into Artesia here, but it doesn't look like Artesia noticed him. Now he does. Here comes the Arcane Missiles. Will he be able to chase him? He does have the Rocket Drill up. That missile, unfortunately, is going to miss, and Lodestone will Rocket Drill away to safety. So that's a massive kill for Hellborn. They take out the Shadow Blade in a one-on-one situation.
Yeah, Shadowblade was getting kind of low, just last sitting under tower, kind of tanking the creeps, and Lodestone just found that perfect positioning to get the rocket drill on him into the head smash before he could properly react. So well played from Mr. Conatus on Lodestone.
So Midas does hit level 4 here in the top lane. He does now have the transmute available. Would you like to see Fade and Midas go for any type of kills? As I say
they're
that,
getting
here
gone
comes
on right
Magnus from the flank with the Lava Surge. Comet Stun does come out. Fade is in a lot of trouble now as he goes down to the Blade Frenzy. It's a serial killer streak now. Moraxis does TP in to get some revenge for his fallen teammate in Fade, and they bring down the Magnus who couldn't get away. So it ends up being a 1-for-1.
Yeah, and Hellborn's doing exactly as we predicted, just strong rotations coming out from Magnus, making himself very unpredictable. He is going to get seen by the lane ward here in the bot lane as he TPs in, so Shadowblade should know to play very cautiously and ask for some rotations from his teammates. But he's just allowing Lodestone to gain a little bit more of an edge, a little bit of free farm, maybe push towards an early PK, which is very dangerous on that hero. And
hits level 6 here as well, so now has
yeah.
the Shadow Storm available, forcing Shadowblade to even play in his trees. Top
and not
lane
just
Bubbles comes in, snipes out the kill with the Shell Surf and the double damage rune as well.
Haste DD, deadly
Haste
combination.
DD combination.
Stay just there.
Bottom lane Shadow Storm is activated as Midas comes in for a kill, but they're gonna look to turn it around. Magnus is just gonna buy Lodestone some time, and they will all fall back when it's said and done. Artesia and Andromeda are now also here in the bottom lane, so we have 3 versus 3. Here comes the Lodestone stun, and Magnus with the follow-up Lava Surge, and Midas will go down. TPs are coming in, but there is no catch, and Andromeda and Magnus and Lodestone will all fall back. So
Andromeda just showed up at the perfect time, right as the lane ward dissipated from the Legion side, so they had no idea that Andromeda was there. They were trying to set up a 3-man gank on the 2 that they knew were there, but Andromeda being there just provided the extra edge that Hellborn needed to come out on top again. Fade stunning Swiftblade, getting a little aggressive here, but
yeah, only low level 4 though, and not really too much pressure he's able to put back onto Swiftblade. So not too many core items have really been picked up yet. We're at the 8-minute mark now. The Hellborn side has taken a 3,200 gold lead and a 2,000 experience lead, so quite a significant lead, I would say, early on. As we see kill in the bottom lane, Artesia does get caught out by the Lodestone with I think that was just a rocket drill into a head smash.
Yep, and top lane is getting collapsed on too by Andromeda and Magnus.
Fade is gonna
They're gonna try and find a kill on the Fade again.
Disjoint there, and Swiftblade is gonna use the spin, but not gonna be in range. Here comes the Lava Surge from Magnus into the Comet Stun, and Magnus will actually take kill credit for that one, as Fade had nowhere left to run.
Yeah, so Hellborn is really pulling ahead, like you just mentioned. Swiftblade not able to maintain over 500 GP.
Shadowblade gonna get gone on here by the bubbles. He does have the Kel field ready to use. See if he will feel the need to use it. Yes, he does. Shadowblade will try to juke and drive the best he can. Get to the heals from Artesia, but not in time. And now they are looking to turn it. Midas and Moraxis have come here, and the Quake Stun from Moraxis will secure the stun onto Lodestone Bubbles. Does have a Shell Surf up, so he should be fine as he gets on out of there. It ends up being a 1-for-1 in the bottom lane.
Yep, but Hellborn just hit their mark again, keeping down the exact hero that they want to keep down. They don't want to give Shadowblade any kind of breathing room. And I'm pretty sure Lodestone is very comfortable to sacrifice himself for Shadowblade at every turn. Doesn't even matter how farmed he is.
Yeah, that's a good point. So as long as he's taking someone with him, he'll be more than happy to make those exchanges.
Little bit of stutter stepping here on the server.
Yeah, I saw
Seems
that
to
as
have
well.
fixed.
So taking a look at the GPM chart, we do see Switchblade and Bubbles leading the way at 440 and 390. As we see a
Miraxis
swap in
gets
the middle
swapped in the
lane
mid lane.
onto Miraxis into the silencer from Bubbles, and he cannot get the Matrix off. That was very well coordinated by the Hellborn side, completely locking him down from using any of his spells. But yeah, we see the Switchblade and the Bubbles both at the top of the GPM charts, and even Lodestone not too far away with 245. And then it's a very small plateau from the Legion side with Shadowblade only sitting at 270 as their top farmer. So very rough
It's
early game start.
certainly not the position that he wants to find himself in. I mean, what do you expect him to buy, to try and cement himself a higher GPM?
Shadowstorm is popped here in the bottom lane. Kelfield does come out, and here comes the rocket drill from Lowstone. The Shadowstorm will connect, but they don't have the follow-up damage. Here comes the Shell Surf from Bubbles, and Magnus secures the kill with the Lava Surge. Now Legion is looking to turn the action onto the Hellborn. Miraxis pops the Matrix. He's looking for a two-man stun, but can't get in range. He's going to get a solo stun onto the Bubbles, and they will burst down Bubbles. Here comes the three-man Lava Surge, but there's no follow-up. So Magnus now might be the one in trouble. Head Smash comes out onto the Miraxis. Magnus with no more mana. He's going to get completely tower dove here. He goes down to the Quake Stun. Teleports are coming in from the Hellborn side. They're going to look to turn this one around. Rocket Drill comes out into the Head Smash, and Switchblade gets an Ultimate Warrior Streak kill credit onto the Artesia. Oh, and he even finds the Miraxis there with the Swift Slashes. It's a double tap for the Swiftblade. Very nice TP in from the Hellborn side.
One thing I noticed, I was kind of expecting that after that spin fell off from Swiftblade for the Arcane Shield to be used in anticipation for the Swift Slashes, but you actually see that Miraxis has not skilled that ability yet, which I think is a slight error, given that it does have some utility, not just against the ability that just killed him, but more notably Comet Stun. Unless he's silenced from Bubbles or stunned by another target, he should be able to make great use out of Arcane Shield against Andromeda, who has showed up on him, once or twice in the mid lane.
That's a fantastic point you bring up. I completely missed that. I see the one point in the ability, and I thought that he had it, but that's the default ability that you get at the start of the game. I gotta agree with you. I think that is a little bit of a mistake. Being level 8 now, he should have at least invested one of those points into that spell. As you pointed out, fantastic against both the Andromeda, the Head Smash from Lodestone, as well as the Swift Slashes. So lots of uses this game to block those those very strong, I would say, single target abilities.
Yeah, I skipped right over Lodestone single target, but you're absolutely right. But before all of that action happened in the bot lane, I was thinking about Shadowblade. What does he need to get in order to stop dying and just steadily increase his GPM? Because he is more or less half of what Swiftblade's at right now. Swiftblade is, what is that, about 730 gold away from a ruined axe? He's going to be farming big. So Shadowblade is going to need to buy something, and I'm almost thinking, he just needs to go straight into something like, I don't even know, maybe a Dawnbringer. Just start stacking strength so he can live against this massive burst team on the Hellborn side. He just needs to stop dying. I think something like a Ruined Axe is a pipe dream at this point.
And if I am inclined to agree with you. I feel like they're at this point now where they've fallen so far behind. It's almost a 6,000 gold and 6,000 experience deficit that they're facing, and I don't know if simply farming is going to be their option to getting the lead cut down for the Hellborn side. So I feel like you might be right where he needs to just look to build into some sort of stat items and maybe even pick up something like a Mystic Vestments and just look to just start fighting with his team early on.
Yeah, and I'd like to see, maybe a Striders come out from Fade, because he is level 6, has that ulti. I would like to see him get maximum scouting potential whenever he does use it. Swiftblade, great as a farming item that Ruined Axe is for the hero, obviously. He's still at 910 HP. With a proper stun setup, that hero explodes to what they have on the Legion side. So, they still have the potential to start cutting his GPM down, given that he is about to start snowballing pretty hard. And I think they're going to have to work really, really hard. Get a deep ward on the Legion side, make sure they know his movements, and just they need to find him
Walk up with
because
the
they're not even.
Midas and the Fade and just look for him. Those two
Yeah, they need to
heroes.
utilize some smokes on Midas. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure Midas and Fade can kill him together. Um, maybe one more level or two on Midas and Fade just for a little extra nuke damage, and they can bring him down inside of a stun combo. So
Yeah, I'm very inclined to agree with you. Um, it looks like we're paused here. I believe there was some lag going on. So sorry about all the pauses, guys, but unfortunately, sometimes there are server issues or player connection issues. We'll just have to triumph through it. But yeah, Bubbles picks up a Beast Heart, something I just noticed to follow up his Soul Trap pickup. What could he be looking to build that into?
that
Because
builds straight
I
into
am not too sure.
Dreamcatcher, one of my
Oh,
my
okay.
favorite new items. And I actually, as weird as it is, you would like to see him go for a portal key in such a advantageous position. Dreamcatcher kind of makes a lot of sense against the Hellborn team or the Legion team right now. They got two healers, and Dreamcatcher cuts down healing sources by 75% on top of just being extra dot nuke damage. So, if they find the Shadow Blade with that Dreamcatcher on him, then his teammates Artesia and Midas aren't going to be able to save him, at least through healing sources. And if he's hit by a Shatterstorm, that Dreamcatcher is doing true damage for a certain amount of seconds. So it kind
Yeah,
of makes sense.
great point. Magnus is sitting on 1,352 gold, so he is, I think, on the way to going straight into a portal key. Doesn't look like he's even thinking about any sort of build-up items, just keeping the naked striders. Do you like that, or do you feel like you're always supposed to have some sort of
I think
follow-up to
there's.
the boots?
I'm kind of the mind that your inventory slots are there for a reason. Um,
Hmm.
the cheaper an item is, the more stat efficient it is. And you can see that if you compare, some item like Fleet Feet to Dancing Blade, right? Fleet Feet 450 gold, 6 agi. Dancing Blade 30 excuse me, 3k and 25 agi, right? The
Yeah.
stat efficiency goes down tremendously for the price point of the item. So you can fill those inventory slots up with some nice cheap items at the beginning, a battery, whatever have you. I mean, I'm personally, given the amount of roaming he's been doing, I would like to see a Wind Whistle on him. I think Wind Whistle is a fantastic item. 200 gold for an extra 15 movement speed, helps him position his stuns a little bit more effectively. And the Legion side doesn't really have, he's been doing well enough just with Striders in his inventory since level 1, but just a little bit more movement speed helps him survive after he stuns in, what have you. Battery would help him, stay in engagements a little bit longer. But you know, if he does get his PK with just the Striders in his inventory, he's kind of locked into. I don't even know if he can Eruption PK Lava Surge.
I
I
think
think
he
he's
cannot. I think right now the between the stun and the eruption, it would be, well, assuming he hits level 7 and has level 4 lava surge, it would be around 315, I believe it is, mana
yeah
pool
plus 75 from the
plus
PK would be
75 from portal key.
390. So
Yeah.
yeah, he's not even
So
going to be able to full combo. But I mean, if he's not even looking to use Eruption, even though he has it skilled. I find it a little bit unusual to skill Eruption that early. Usually, you just put more points into Steam Bath maybe as a roamer, so it has a lower cooldown, lower mana cost, uh, longer invis duration, blah blah blah. But yeah, I mean, I imagine if he picks up the portal key here, gunning for it straight up, he's probably just going to use it to land some ideal stuns, and if they connect well and result in some more kills, he'll get that level up. He'll get some base stats, and he'll just be able to naturally transition into more items. So yeah, it probably won't be much of a problem for him.
yeah, I agree.
But yeah, looks like they're still lagging. This is
that is
I'm not really
unfortunate.
sure what's going on here. Looks like everybody in the game is having trouble controlling their heroes.
Oh boy. Shadowblade has not put any points into his soul sight, the third ability, which gives turns him into ranged form. Um, is that a mistake at all? Is that something that's usually
I
considered a
think
one-point
so.
wonder, or is it okay that he's opted to skip that at least
I
for the time being?
I agree that it's I definitely look at it as a 1 point wonder. You know, especially against some of these Hellborn heroes. You know, they've got both Bubbles and Magnus, right? Both of these heroes can tree juke, as it were. You know, just by shell surfing or lava surging into a forest of trees, and you know, Soul Sight can flush them out. But they do have Magic Missile that can chase them into the trees, so maybe that's what he was thinking. He didn't really need it, but you know, it's always good just to have to cover those bases. You know, in more than one way, right? So you don't always have to rely on the Magic Missile cooldown in order to scout somebody in the trees. You never know. Maybe Artesia is maybe it's the end of a long engagement. Magnus's only way out is to get into the trees, and Artesia's out of mana. So then what do? Well, if you have Soul Sight, you know, it only costs 45 mana. Chances are that Shadowblade is always going to have it. And so
Yep.
it can be the difference as far as scouting some of these heroes in the trees if they manage to choose that path for escaping.
Yep, I definitely agree. Those are all very solid points you bring up.
But yeah, I hope this gets resolved.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've been quite a long pause here. So there's only so much we could really talk about, as we are kind of only 12 minutes into the match. Um,
Yeah, there's always a lot of things on paper. That's one of the things that's fantastic about HoN.
that's
So
true. We could
there's
kind of talk
just
about HoN itself for
yeah,
what
there's
feels
so
like
many
an
variations.
eternity.
Even with the hero pool, right? As you know, there's like close to 140 heroes in the game. So you know, every game of HoN isn't even the same as far as heroes picked, but even with the exact same heroes in the game on both sides locked in, you know, there's so many different ways that the game can go because laning phase can always be a little bit different. Item paths can be a little bit different. Skill paths can be a little bit different. That's just one of the things that makes MOBAs one of the most replayable types of games. But
Indeed, every game feels like its own unique game.
yep, that's what keeps me coming back after, you know, 10 plus years of HoN and Dota 1.
So, what is your favorite hero, and why would you like to see it in the next match that we cast?
Anybody who
Random
knows
question.
me is probably going to know that I'm going to say Tundra.
Oh,
Tundra is
I
just
was
my
thinking
is
you were gonna say Gemini. Darn, I would
well,
have
you
lost
know,
the bet.
Gemini is they fulfill different roles, but you know, Tundra to me is always he's just so strong right now. You know, I love him, and just the kit that he brings to this team. You know, he can do he is a very strong laner, and you know, in most 1v1 setups, he's going to have a pretty good time. But even if he gets shut down completely, the amount of map control and you know just scouting ability that Shiver provides is it's unmatched. You know, it's perma invis. It can fly over any ward. Um, you can port to it with post haste. I personally love abusing the heck out of that in my pub games. It's invis until a enemy hero walks within. I think it's 400 range of it. So you can park it right next to a hero that's like farming in the jungle and post haste to it, and just it's like a map wide portal key. Um,
Surprise.
yeah.
So, if
So
anyone's
it's
listening, we're voting for a Tundra pick next game, or at least
That's what
Jonathan wants to see a Tundra
that's
pick.
what I like to see. I know what I do with it, so I like to see. It's always fun to see other high level players play heroes that you pick in slightly different ways, so you can learn from them.
That is very true. I love to see people play the same heroes that I love to play as well.
The server
Um,
unpaused here. Let's
Feels like
see.
this is like the third server on pause now that we've witnessed. So actually, we do have a DC here on the Legion side. So hopefully everyone does get reconnected here before we do resume play.
But I field the same question to you. What hero are you looking to see into the next game?
Oh no, I hadn't planned for this.
Well,
Hmm. You know what? I want to see some Devourer. I feel like
okay.
Devourer is just. I always got to keep my eye kind of on what he's doing because you never know when he's just gonna sling a hook and 1,000 units away, somebody just gets pulled to the other side of the map. I think it's
Yeah,
very
even more
entertaining
devastating with Jade Spire
to
and
follow
the
around.
staff.
Yeah, we were watching a game the other night, and the Devourer had staff and a Jade, and it just felt like his hooks were global at that point. It was like we just had to keep our focus on him because there was
He was
just
doing
always going to be
everything.
depth.
I think his team ended up losing, but my God, if he wasn't the story of the game, right? He was saving people. He was getting pickoffs. It's just my gosh. Um, Wait, hang on.
Tempest, yeah, that's another one. I feel like heroes that lead to like ginormous team plays and heroes that can like single-handedly kind of turn the tide of even if you're like behind by a lot in a match, just the threateningness of some heroes. Um, those heroes are always very exciting to spectate.
Yeah, and I mean that's kind of like that's what I mentioned whenever we saw the Kronos ban, right? Kronos
Hmm.
is one of those heroes that it's just one of those massive team fight ultis, and it's right there alongside Tempest, right? The well-timed Tempest ulti, whether he has Shrunken Head or not, certain cooldowns are used from the other team. A Tempest ulti can just be absolutely devastating. So the wombo combo heroes like that are always fun to see, but I think I side a little bit more with gankers. Um, so I'm right there with you when it comes to Devourer. Just one of those heroes that can really just never quite give the enemy team the
Breathing room.
5v5 setup that they want, because
Yep.
maybe he's just constantly picking you off and making you play a man down at every turn. And so it's the same thing with heroes like Tundra or even Fade. And
I feel like heroes that are good at displacing positioning because positioning in HoN is so important. If you ever like hit a lag spike and you're gone for like 2 seconds, you feel like you've missed an eternity. And it's weird to say that 2 seconds feels like an eternity, but in a MOBA, it's just those crucial seconds can lead up to so many things happening. There's so much burst damage I feel like in HoN that if you miss 2 or 3 seconds of a team fight, your teammates can just already be instantly, 100 to zeroed in a matter of seconds. So I feel like the ability to play with the enemy's positioning is a really important thing in HoN. So when you're able to like pull somebody from proper positioning into your entire team with something like a Devour Hook, it's just so devastating sometimes.
yeah, and that's why we see, Andro swap is so just
Yep,
it's the
that's another
exact
good
type of
one.
thing, right? Except it puts
Yep, just
Andromeda into
completely
harm's
catches
way.
one
But
guy out of position. But we are underway now, so the break is finally over. I'm sure the players kind of lost their train of thought as to what they were doing. Kelfield comes out here in the middle lane to stop the teleport from Moraxis. He's going to get stunned. Here comes Andromeda. He's going to use the swap right away into the Song of the Sea Silence. Comet does follow, and the Shell Surf will be enough for the kill. Midas was smoked up, but that is going to instantly get broken by the illusion from Andromeda. So Hellborn team finding a kill right off the get-go.
Yeah, they're doing a really great job of, lining that combo up with Andromeda and Bubbles. Just Bubbles standing on Andromeda's position, swapping right into the Song of the Sea. Moraxis that's happened to him 2 times this game by my count. And,
yeah, and it goes back to the point of no skill points into that Arcane Shield, so those could potentially be avoided.
It's pretty hard, to give him a credit. Even if he did have
Right,
it would
that
be
is
kind of
true.
hard to use Arcane Shield to mitigate a Andromeda swap.
That is true. We could sit here and criticize all we want, but at the end of the day, it is not the easiest thing to do. Hastrun does spawn top. Looks like Bubbles will be making his way over to that eventually, as it was camped out by the Andromeda. We do see the level 6 finally coming out for Artesia here in the bottom lane, so now he does have that Essence projection to work with. That is actually a big damage amplification to his kit. We'll look to see if he chooses to use that in the near future.
And healing. I actually hadn't played that hero since they changed it to the Fade is actually scouting out here in the top lane.
Yeah, the
Break my train of
Reflection is going to run out here in 1 second. He's going to go in with the Burning Shadow stun. Moraxis and Midas are going to try to get in range, but not going to be close enough to follow it up.
He went Ghost Marchers on Fade, and I'm not really sure exactly if I agree with that.
Activates the Hastrun here. Here comes the 2-man Calfield into the Lava Surge stun, and they will pick off the Fade right away. Midas is going to be gone on as well. The Soul Trap, or excuse me, the Dreamcatcher is applied in the background, and Moraxis in the front lines will take out the Andromeda. Bubbles does go for the dive and gets the double tap onto the Midas when it's all said and done. So it's a 2 for 2 exchange up in the top lane.
A 2 for 1 actually. Meanwhile, it was the Lodestone actually died to Artesia and Shadowblade.
It was the bottom lane. Yep.
Artesia using that Essence projection to great effect. It resulted in the kill on Lodestone. So Shadowblade getting a little bit back from Lodestone. Given
so
how much
he picks up a Helm of the Victim here. What do you think he's going to build that into? Is that does go into both an Insanitarius or a Whispering Helm? Okay,
it does.
Picks up the same staff.
Yes, it looks like that is an Insane. It looks like he's probably going to be going Strength build for a while. We'll see if he commits to it for long term, but
okay.
I think it's kind of the right move. He is just going to need HP. Artesia gets caught in the bot lane by an Andro swap.
Yeah.
Rocket Thrill head smash.
Came out into the tower there, and too much damage for Artesia. Bubbles is making his way over though. Shell Surf gets him in range, and now the Dreamcatcher is applied. Here comes the Rocket Drill from Lodestone, and Magnus did use the Lava Surge as well. Moraxis with the counter initiation, gonna throw out the stun onto Lodestone. He pops the Astrolabe though. Do they have the damage? Dreamcatcher is applied to the Fade, who uses a Reflection. I think he is gonna end up falling from that. Bubbles is going to be forced to fall back as well. He throws a defensive Kelfield out onto the Midas. Fade actually does survive with around 25 life, and he is still hunting for his team for that positioning. Bubbles is going to find him on the Revward, but not going to connect the Shell Surf. Song of the Sea is actually going to be missed as well. Here comes the transmute from Midas. It's going to be take covered on the second half by Bubbles, and when it's all said and done, nobody will end up falling outside of the Lodestone and the Shadowblade. So some close encounters there.
Yeah, when Fade walked into that Rev Ward, I thought it was all over for him. I was impressed by his determination to make something happen, because he did end up living for, I think it was 11 HP after that Dreamcatcher. And so he was, extremely low, but he pops Reflection and he gets right back in there with nothing. So we gotta applaud that type of
gameplay. Say hello to each other here over at the Hellborn Kongor, and Midas is in a very offensive position now. He's gonna warp into the tower, and he's gonna get spotted out. The swap is gonna stop his TP, and in comes the Shell Surf from Bubbles, and he will not be able to deny himself to the entrance. Bubbles does get the ultimate warrior streak. Fade up in the top lane. No, not gonna look to set up anything onto the Magnus.
Bubbles gonna get another haste rune this game. I think it's maybe his third or maybe even his fourth. He's been having a lot of rune luck
Yeah,
this game.
Hellborn team has done a very good job this game of controlling the runes. We're gonna see the Lava Surge here onto the bubbles. Follow up by the bubbles with the Shell Surf. That's a very easy kill for them in the top lane. But Hellborn team has done a good job of rune control this game, I would say. Whether it was Bubbles doing it on his own, or even I saw a couple of times where his teammates were camping the runes for him. That's just credit to the team as well, doing a nice job of paying attention to those runes, making sure to keep up the map control. As Bubbles does throw out the Dreamcatcher here on the Midas, but I don't think he will pursue that any further. Bottom lane, Lodestone does get initiated on, but he's just going to rocket drill to safety. And in the top lane, the tower did end up falling to Magnus, who just picked up his portal key. So
yeah, Bubbles has a portal key now as well, and finally Meraxis is getting, he's within 110 gold for a PK of his own, much needed at this point. So we'll see if they could find something, trying to kill. They still have this blade that's fire red. He's only sitting on 1200 HP. I really want to see some movement from the end to help our goal. Just look for this blade. They have to shut him down. He's soaring above 5 GPM. Artesia's going to get gone
comes
on.
out onto Artesia here in the rocket drill to follow it up. Bubbles does get kill credit. Bubbles going to use to take cover there. Here comes Shadowblade, but a nice two-man line stun from Magnus in the front lines. Lowstone pops a Shadow Storm. It's going to land onto Midas. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do. Bubbles takes him out with the combo, and now Shadowblade is the one who needs to be on the run. He gets it with another Lava Surge stun. He jumps to his teammate, but it's not going to be enough. Hat-trick coming out for Bubbles, and the dive is going to continue onto the Vade. Swap comes out from Andromeda. Meraxis pops the Arcane Shield, and Hellborn is going to continue this with another Lava Surge. Dreamcatcher is applied to Meraxis, who, by the way, just gets the Portal Key picked up, but it's on cooldown as he's got the dot damage, taking the Portal Key down. GG's are being called, and that's gonna
that
do
is the
it.
match.
Seabo does come out, and yeah, final thoughts on Heim.
It kind of just came back to what we were
Protocol?
saying before the match, really started. As soon as we got into game, that the Hellborn really just utilized their roaming presence and their hard stuns early in the game. You talked about the rune control for Bubbles that whole game. I think it really comes back to the Magnus. That Magnus was very mobile. We saw him in all three lanes probably within the first 5, definitely the first 10 minutes. And so that he was scouting out the runes for his mid player. And Bubbles being as mobile as he is with Shell Surf, Bubbles is just I think Bubbles in general has a slight edge over Meraxis just because Shell Surf is such a great lane harass tool, but it's also a natural pushing ability. So it keeps Meraxis on his tower. It's very unlikely for a Meraxis to just start quaking
Onto
quaking or just quaking the creep wave, for creep kills, because it's not a reliable harassing tool in the same way that Shell Surf is. So
yeah, that's a fair
Bubbles almost always had the advantage as far as grabbing the runes. And it just goes back to the matchup on top of the roaming from his Magnus player.
Yeah, we talked about how Legion team needed to do a good job of not falling too far behind because they really did lack the initiation tools in the early stages of the game before they got their portal keys. And Hellborn, they did a good job of capitalizing on their advantages that they had with their draft, which was, a well-designed draft coming out from their captain. And they didn't really give Legion the space to not only farm on the Shadowblade, but also to get those core items up onto both the Midas and the Meraxis to where they could look to take those 5-on-5 engagements. So overall, I gotta say it was just nicely played and nicely drafted over by the Hellborn team.
Yeah, I think Hellborn mostly, like you said, capitalized on their strengths a little bit more effectively than Legion. I didn't really see too much movement into the into the dark parts of the map from Fade, which is what I really think that hero is for, is to try to find the information of where the enemy carry player is, and maybe just it came to a point where Swiftblade was so far ahead GPM wise, but like I said, I kept commenting on it.
They
He
could
was
still
very
kill
low
him. He was
HP.
very killable.
Yeah, he did not have, as long as they catch him with a stun, that hero can die. And so I think that, I never actually saw Fade go into the jungle, the Hellborn jungle, and deep into the Hellborn jungle. So I'm not really sure what he was afraid of. It's not like they had it. I don't even think I saw very many Rev Wards in the jungle itself in preparation. He was constantly showing himself in a lane. And yeah, it's just, that hero paired with a smoke on one of your stunners for a follow up combo is actually just extremely powerful. And I'm not. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more utilization of that, even being further behind than they would have liked.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
HoN is one of those games where it's, you start to fall behind and you kind of have to recognize and adapt to the situation. It's like, okay, well, Swiftblade has, just, I don't think he died that game, right? So you have to understand that he is going to out carry your carry very, very hard. It comes to a certain point where you have to take the risk to try and find those key kills. Because if you don't, then they're going to get their item timings and they're going to become virtually unkillable whenever the enemy team decides to start pushing on your front door.
Right,
So.
you can't continue to keep doing something that's not working. You have to adjust to change what you feel like could potentially get you back something into your favor by doing something differently. I definitely agree.
But we're gonna see what are we going into another match here, or are we not sure?
Well, we're almost at the hour mark, so I believe the second game should be starting soon.
Okay.
So we'll just hang tight until the next match.
Yeah, I'm going to excuse myself for just a minute and go grab a drink, and I'll come back and join you.
Okay.
Yep. All right. Here
Welcome
we
back,
are.
everyone, for this will be match number 2, coming at you from the HoN OMG Before the Storm tournament. We got, I believe the team names are Team Snoop Dogg versus Team Henke on the Legion and Hellborn sides. Joined by my co-caster Easy Full Clan. I am what you got. Welcome back, John.
Hey, that was
I'm personally excited for this match. A lot of the names in here I actually recognize from the high TMM scene, so should prove to be
yeah.
a
Looking
good
at those
match.
purple name colors, and I also recognize quite a few as well. Should be some very high level play coming out from both sides.
Indeed,
I'm very much looking forward
we do
to
have
it.
the first bans taken out by both sides. The Kinesis and the Berserker coming up from the Legion side. The Accursed and the Swiftblade coming out from the Hellborn side. Now these are a little bit different than the last game. I think the only similar ban we see here is the Kinesis, so that one seems to be very popular. Players don't want to play against, but what about the
Yeah,
other
this
bans?
is a bit unusual. I'm actually, Swiftblade kind of makes sense. If I can address that one first, just because Swiftblade's a very, very strong anti-tri-lane hero versus some of the, the heavy stun lineups that like to try and run in those aggressive tri-lane lanes. But yeah, I'm a bit surprised by the Accursed and Berserker bans. I'm not really sure what the idea is between those two bans. Now Accursed makes sense to me if they, and you'll have to forgive me because this is my favorite hero, if they decide to pick something like Tundra, right? Because, or even maybe a Valkyrie, because of how strong the Fire Shield is at removing some of those longer stuns at all stages of the game, especially things like Sheepstick as well. But that one makes sense to me. Berserker, though, is a little bit different. That is a hero that I don't expect to see in a first wave of bans, unless you highly respect your opponents on that hero, which may be the case. How do you feel about it?
Say, I completely agree. I don't feel like Berserker is one of those heroes that you just kind of hate to see on the opposing side. But at the same time, it's one of those things where I think it's a player respect ban. I was kind of thumbing through the stats of each of the players to see like who actually plays the Berserker, and I saw it on Leo Top 22, the dark green player here for Hellborn, and I'm wondering if he's their carry player or if it's just something that maybe even somebody else in the match plays really well that we're not picking up on. But yeah, I gotta say that's one that really came out to me out of the 4 as very different.
Yeah, and it makes sense, especially now that they probably did. They had plenty of time in the lobby to stat inspect, so I could see that ban is tailored specifically for that player. But as far as the rest of the picks go, it seems pretty standard here. We've got Lodestone, Geomancer, and now Arachna picked for the Legion side, and Hellborn's waiting on their third pick, but they've got Bombardier and Magnus so far. And we saw Lodestone and Magnus in the last match, so both of those heroes are extremely popular. They fit a wide variety of roles. They, put significant pressure on just about everywhere that they decide to go. Magnus just being one of the strong roamers, very, very slippery. Line stun is effective at all stages of the game. Lodestone, a very capable solo laner, puts threats, a strong threat on the carry player early and late. I don't want to say it again, but all stages of the game. Geomancer banned last game, but a very popular pick just because it is another strong stun plus escape and the dig ability and strong scouting potential. And you've got Arachna and Bombardier, who are both boss laners. I wonder if we're going to see an Arachna versus Bombardier in the mid lane. And now Adrenaline comes out, and Adrenaline's kind of an interesting hero. I wonder exactly why they picked it. It's been nerfed in recent times, but it's got that strong kill potential at, dare I say it again, all stages of the game, because the blinding rush, just rush does true damage based on the max HP. So it's if you're caught with a shrunken head off, then or magic immunity off, then adrenaline's going to do a lot of damage to you inside of Death's Halo.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the adrenaline pickup is in response to the Arachna, like directly, because when he goes on him with the Death's Halo, he can follow it up with the rush dealing true damage, which, Arachna is very good at countering these heavy magic damage lineups because he can pop the hardened carapace initially when he gets gone on, and then it feels like he's almost sort of invincible to any sort of magical threats because he has such a high armor for those few seconds that he really just kind of gets free reign to, reset his positioning, look to counterplay with the spider. But going up against the adrenaline, they're gonna have, a nice way to deal with that hardened carapace and just, do burst damage to him and try to take him down in those team fights. So that was something that's um, stood out to me as far as the adrenaline pickup, but it also might be one of those things where it's like a player flavor type of hero because it's not a hero that we do see a lot of people pick up or like very often, but in the right hands, I feel like adrenaline is a very powerful hero in its own right.
Yeah, I mean, with the way that the shard blast works, with the kind of fun little shoot and catch mechanic that is prevalent whenever you use that ability. It's it kind of takes some know-how to figure out how to position yourself consistently while chasing and also picking up shard the return shard so that you can keep shooting it and getting your mana back and everything and dealing a lot of damage. So it is kind of a high skill cap hero in that regard. But I actually am kind of curious. I don't really play that hero very much myself. I do know how. Excuse me. I do know how Rush and Death's Halo work together, but I'm actually a little bit more curious about the subtlety of that of the Rush mechanics and specifically in reference to the dread stacks and whether or not Arachna's hardened carapace can actually remove them. Do you know if that's if something that can be removed or dispelled?
I believe he can. Uh, when he pops it, I believe he can remove whatever stacks are currently on him. So adrenaline, if he does choose to go for him, does need to pay attention to when the carapace is used, because he
Right.
doesn't want to just blindly rush into an arachno with no dread stacks on him, because that won't do very much at all.
Yeah,
But
and well, we
yeah, as
know
far
that
as
level
once it's
4.
already used, he can just go on him freely, I would
Right.
say.
Yeah, and we're getting close to the end of the banning and picking phase here, so I don't want to spend too much time on it, but or too much
So
more
the
time. But
secondary stage of bands coming out are Oogie, Bubbles, and the Gladiator from the Legion side. So a bit of a mixture of heroes that they feel like could well round out the Hellborn side. And then we see the Moira, Andromeda, and Predator, two supports into a carry pickup. So I would say nothing too over the top. Maybe the Predator band sort of stands out to me because they do have an Arachna already picked up. So is that something you think that they feel like they would have picked up an Arachna with a Predator in the same lineup, or?
I feel like I'm kind of with you. I feel like it's a little bit unusual, especially because Predator and Arachna are both countered by Void Talisman pretty hard. So it would be kind of unusual for them to pick a dual core that's heavily reliant on physical damage. So I kind of feel like it was a little bit of a wasted ban, but Predator has seen some recent buffs with the restrain on the
On his
venomous leap.
venomous leap.
So it can put a little bit of a damper on Adrenaline or Magnus's lane presence. So it kind of makes sense. But here you go, we've got they pick Dark Lady as their carry pick, which is also countered by a Void Talisman. But Dark Blades charging strikes is going to put just as much of a threat on a Magnus or an Adrenaline in early laning phase either way. So. And you see that they have a Vindicator as well. And last pick, I love this Armadon.
All right, we got an Armadon as the final pick. That was not what I was expecting personally. They also picked the Aluna, going to be their main support, it looks like, on that fourth pick. So Hellborn rounds off their lineup. And we also saw the Vindicator as the fourth pick for the Legion side, most likely going to be their main support. So, yep, both lineups are completed. What is it that stands out with these two lineups that you see?
Well, I mean, I just mentioned it. The Armadon pick is always a fun hero to see. It's such a hard mana up hero, and I'm a big fan of playing it myself. And it's very interesting that Armadon is kind of one of these heroes that makes you fight it, especially if it starts pushing on your tier 2 towers and eventually on your tier 3. But it's also kind of a hero that it looks for prolonged fights. And so I'm actually interested to see how that might work out with the adrenaline, because adrenaline is a uh, pretty heavy burst hero with Death's Halo and everything. But at the same time, just stacking shard blasts and auto attacks on a target and constantly rushing them, that hero can be pretty dangerous in a prolonged fight situation as well. So I'm actually interested to see how that couples with the Armadon, especially when it comes to something like Snotstorm, which allows both of those heroes to chase and keep their stacks up very easily.
I
But
like what the two teams are doing here. We see the Legion side going 5 players up into the top lane, looking for an engagement. The Hellborn team was doing something similar. They did start their way over toward the bottom lane. They stopped at about the river mark, and then they just decided maybe we shouldn't look to do anything ourselves as they kind of fall back. Um, we haven't seen any of the wards get placed yet from either side, so they haven't rushed anything as far as where they want their vision to be.
now this
But
is interesting.
yep.
You predicted that Aluna was going to be supporting, but he's actually the mid lane for
Oh, that's a
Hellborn,
good point.
and then we've got a Bombardier support. So this actually seems like pretty threatening. A Bombardier support with an Armadon. It seems like he's going to have an easy time landing sticky bombs on top of Snotstorm. So this looks like it could be pretty dangerous for the Legion heroes here. They're both pretty slippery though, so they kind of do have a counter for being ran down by an Armadon. But this is a 2-on-2 from both sides, so
Yeah, so early on, we're going to see both Lodestone and G-Mancer in the top lane doing a creep pull. They're going to drag the creeps from behind the tower into the pull spot here towards the right of the lane. So immediately going to mess around with the lane positioning. I believe the Hellborn side is going to look to do that now as well, with their Magmus pulling the creeps to their lane as well. So we see a Magmus and an Adrenaline dual offensive lane going up against the Dark Lady and the Vindicator. I would say that's quite normal for the Legion side. And then, as you pointed out, Luna going to be the mid laner for the Hellborn side going up against that Arachna.
how do you feel
Armadon and
about this?
Bombardier.
How do you feel about this mid matchup? Arachna is a very heavy lane dominator, but you think Aluna is kind of the right hero to try and counter it?
You know, I'm starting to wonder if one of the reasons for why they picked up the Aluna and sent her mid is for that Emerald Lightning ability, where she can drain the attack speed from the opposing player, being very good against the Arachna to kind of slow any kind of potential harass that she has to dominate the lane, which is what we normally see from Arachna. She's a very dominant 1v1 hero. And there's not a lot of heroes really in the game that can kind of stand up to her, as we see Arachna playing very aggressively now, forcing Aluna to completely fall back to her side. The rune
Yeah,
is
but
going to spawn bottom, and he's going to be there just in time to snag a regeneration rune, so that's going to be nice for him to work with some extra mana in the mid lane.
Yeah, he was keeping up with Arachna in terms of creep score. It was still pretty close even after leaving lane for a minute, but you're absolutely right that Regen is going to help him tremendously to try and contest that lane presence of Arachna because of the power throws. He's got 2 in his mana bank right now, I believe, or close to, and then a full mana bar after regen. Arachna's going to have a kind of a difficult time to match the Aluna and harass for at least a little bit. So it's a very fortunate rune for Aluna to have picked up.
Yeah, I agree. Just want to take a quick look at the creep score. So over in the top lane, Lodestone sitting on 17 last hits. Speaking of top lane, we have a Sticky Bomb coming out onto the Geomancer. Looks like he's just going to fall back and take that for safety. Yep. Okay. So Lodestone sitting on 20 creep kills now, 3 minutes in. He's actually the top creep score leader in the match. So, oh, actually, Armadon is even with him. So just a lot of traded.
Magnus
Farm
gonna
up
Lava
here in the
Surge
top lane.
Vindicator down here.
Yep. The silence from Vindicator does come out to prevent any follow-up, but Vindicator is not going to be able to make it out in time. And as Thon X on that Adrenaline does get credit for the Bloodlust. Now Dark Lady is trying to get a return kill onto the Magnus, and he does get it in the end, so it's a 1-for-1. But I think Hellborn will gladly take that Bloodlust onto their farming core there in the bottom lane. They did give up a kill to the Dark Lady, but I think they're still happy with the Bloodlust.
I think so as well. And, you know, they've got a humongous creep wave coming their way as well. So Magnus is now full healed. And, you know, I don't think he's going to go on Dark Lady. Yeah, he was posturing like he was, but Vindicator steals the illusion from Luna down here. So helping his Arachna mid, not having to face a full bottle of Luna again, is probably going to help him turn tides. Because it looked like a Luna was.
That's actually quite a big deal because Arachna has gone for this more aggressive route of boots and lane sustain. So denying a Luna that rune actually is going to force her to fall all the way to base just to, you know, regen back up to eventually come back into this middle lane.
She does pick up boots herself, but yeah, Arachna is definitely going the route
Top
of
lane stun
Astral.
from Lowstone with the Rocket Drill into the Dig Stun from Geomancer. The Earth's Grasp does come out as well, but not going to be enough damage for the kill onto Armadon.
Yeah, Armadon was really a great pick in terms of dealing with a very heavily aggressive lane.
Lava Surge in the bottom lane into the Shard Blast, but the Silence does come out from Vindicator, preventing any kind of follow-up with the rush for a kill onto Dark Lady. So Dark Lady will fall back and survive. Gonna probably buy a health pot there. She does, and look to get herself back into the bottom lane. Level 6 now on the Arachna, and you can tell he's hungry for a kill. The teleport is actually on cooldown for Luna, so she does not have that availability to just readily TP away if the spider does get thrown. And I think Arachna has an indication that that is the case, so does a good job of playing aggressive there, really forcing Luna away from the creeps.
Finally comes off cooldown now, so he is safe to. He can't
Bottom lane
survive.
Lava Surge into the Shard Blast, but another Silence comes out from the Vindicator. But Adrenaline isn't done just yet. He is slowing with the Toxin Claws. He is throwing out the Shard Blast, and he is going to rush right into Vindicator. And now they're looking to dive onto the Dark Lady. Here comes the Lava Surge, and it's a double tap coming out for Adrenaline. Boy, this hero is just very quick in his burst, as you pointed out in the early pick screen. It feels like in just a matter of seconds, he just throws a couple of Shard Blasts at you, and your health pool just diminishes.
Yeah, you really have to. I'm gonna butcher his name, but Esthon X over here. You have to hand it to him. He's very good at picking up his Shard Blast residuals and giving himself the mana and the cooldown back. You see, Luna has actually positioned himself right next to the lane here, but he's porting out towards the mid lane as his tower is getting pushed. But
Yeah.
It just got a. It looked very grim for the Dark Lady for a moment, just because you know, Luna was having some trouble mid, decided to come sit next to bot right after they get that double tap in the bot lane, and it almost felt like Dark Lady was about to die again. But thankfully, for his sake, Luna wasn't willing to wait and have his tower get pushed.
Yeah,
But
so
Dark Lady still has to be careful because, you know, at this point, you know, Adrenaline has his ulti, and into a line stun, Lava Surge Death Halo almost means certain doom for him unless we have a really well-timed book silence from Indicator. Helm of the Black Legion just finished on Lodestone, by the way, so he's actually doing excellently as well.
Yeah, I was gonna point out the GBM charts. Lodestone is the top farmer on his team at about 400 gold per minute. Just a little bit behind Adrenaline, and as I say, Lodestone, he goes in with the Shadow Storm. Here comes the Crystal Field from Geomancer, and it is going to be enough to take down Bombardier. They're looking to do some return pressure onto Armadon, but not going to be enough with the cooldowns off, so Armadon will fall back. And yeah, Lodestone is the top GBM for his team, just behind the Adrenaline, who got the Bloodlust and is sitting at 3-0. Then it's followed by Arachna at 360 gold per minute. She has really taken command of this middle matchup. Luna sitting only at 230 gold per minute, and she's really making her presence felt. She's picked up the Ghost Marchers now, and would you like to see the Hellborn team try to address this Arachna at all, or just kind of continue to let her?
I think they kind of
do
need
her
to.
thing?
You know, it's very difficult for them to do anything. So Luna's actually TPing up to the top lane to try and do something about this this
Yep,
strong
she
dual lane here. She's got
uses the
Invis rune
invisibility
popped, but
rune.
it looks like Lodestone and Geomancer were wise.
Bottom lane, we have a dive coming out from the Hellborn side. Ports are coming in. Here comes the rocket drill. Is going to get stunned midway by the Magnus Lava Surge, and Magnus will TP away. Will he make it out? No, he will not. That felt like it was just barely.
Geomancer gets caught, but he's managed to
In
dig
time.
away in the top lane. A nice airstrike is going to finish him off. Top
Yep.
lane.
So that Invisiluna setting up a kill onto the Geomancer. Very nicely done there.
But yeah, I kind of feel like they do need to address this Arachna. They've got this dual core. They're putting some significant pressure on Dark Lady, but Arachna is just as hard of a carry as Dark Lady is, and she's having a great time in this game. Lodestone,
Yeah, I have to agree with you
Lodestone
there.
is very scary with this Helm of the Black Legion. He can just frontline so easily. He's going to be a real menace to deal with. If Adrenaline's getting going on right now, he's actually going to fall. Those silences are very, very effective against Adrenaline. He got caught with his pants down there.
Yeah, and
with
that
the
was, I
Arachna
gotta say, a
slows.
much needed kill as Adrenaline was starting to get very out of hand. And he's a hero that I feel like you don't really want to kind of just let him do what he wants, because if you do for too long, he'll just get to that point where he's too mobile. And yeah, it was a very much needed kill.
Lodestone is smoking towards the mid lane here, or maybe into the Hellborn jungle. Looks like he's going mid. Adrenaline also
Veiled
smoked, got
Route
a
from
dual smoke.
Adrenaline here. He's gonna break it onto the Arachna. Here comes the Dust Halo and counter initiation onto Luna. She will fall before anything's all said and done. Do they have the damage to bring down Arachna? One more Shard Blast. He gets mana. The auto attack will finish him, and it's a 1-for-1. The ports come in from each team. Geomancer is using Stalker. They might look to go back in. The Rocket Drill stun is available for Lodestone, but there are 3 players here for the Hellborn side, so I think they're a little hesitant to do anything.
Yeah, it was a mid for mid exchange there, but it definitely came out in favor of the Hellborn, just because of how much Arachna is doing. She's doing much better than a Luna. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, so at this point they can kind of afford to sacrifice a Luna to get a return kill onto the Arachna.
Dark Lady playing very, very defensively here, though mid or in the bot lane. Even though we just saw 3 players in the mid lane, but they have disappeared now.
Oh boy, I see movement kind of stopping.
Yes, another lag spike has hit the server.
Indeed, it has. So Vindicator has his final chapter up. He can kind of be anywhere on the map, so to speak, should his team look for an initiation engagement or if anyone gets gone on in the near future. They pretty much have everything as far as spells coming up. The Spider Sting is coming up in 5 seconds. Looks like Arachna will be porting back into the middle lane.
Yeah, I'm not really aware of exactly at which part in the pick sequence that Vindicator was picked. I think it was
it was 4th.
it was a 4th
Second
pick, but it's
stage.
actually a fantastic pick against Adrenaline
Magnus.
specifically, but also
Adrenaline,
Magnus, of course. Can really stop a key initiation, a key eruption channel from Magnus, but a well-timed Vindicator silence can really, really ruin a Death's Halo combo. And that's actually exactly what they need to try and prolong the lives of some of these heroes like Arachna or Dark Lady that might find themselves prey to it.
Yep. A good point to bring up. Armadon's gone straight into the helm of the Black Legion. Hasn't picked up the boots yet, but he's sitting at 364 gold per minute, which is pretty much at the top. The GPMs are pretty much almost identical, I would say. Maybe just slightly in favor of Legion, but the golden experience leads are nearly identical 11 minutes into the game. So I gotta say, it's been very back and forth so far. It's 5-5 in kills as well. Um,
Yeah, we'll see. If this resource allocation is going to shift in favor of, say, the Legion side once Dark Lady is able to find herself with a Runed Axe, because the cores on the Hellborn side don't exactly, once she gets that item, and I think you almost always go for a Runed Axe on Dark Lady, unless it's really just somehow, because of the pace of the game, has become an absolute pipe dream. It just
mhm.
synergizes so well with the charging strikes that we'll see if she's able to pull her team's resources further in her team's favor by utilizing that once she manages to get it, because she's actually having a pretty nice time now that Adrenaline has kind of sloughed up in the bot lane and started showing himself elsewhere.
Yeah, I agree. She's kind of she had a bit of a tough start, but now she's got the completed Ghost Marchers. She's sitting on 500 gold. Most likely going to look towards her build up for her Rune Cleaver in the near future. And looks like she went for max Dark Blades. Is that something you agree with, or do you feel like I personally feel like there's not a set right or wrong way to skill the Dark Lady. I feel like all her skills
Yeah,
are very strong when you level them up. You get cooldown
usually
benefits
whenever
from most of
I
them.
kind of do, I'm a fan of what I like to call the 3-3-3 strat, which is get level 3 in all of the skills. Usually whenever a hero's kit kind of has that one skill isn't necessarily better than any of the other ones, I kind of level them all up at the same time. It's nice to get a little bit higher level. I understand why he went Dark Blades, put more points into Dark Blades, because it increases the duration of the buff on herself. So the silence becomes, um, you know, in a sense, a longer duration as long as she's hitting you. But you have to also recognize that charging strikes gets a longer range as well as a cooldown reduction. So that ability kind of has a lot of value to put some skills into it. So I almost think, maybe I would have stopped Dark Blades at level 3, then went full charging strikes after that. But it really is up to the player and the situation. So he seems like he probably wanted a longer duration silence because he's dealing with, these two slippery heroes in the bot lane, Magnus and Adrenaline. So he wanted them locked down and unable to escape for longer.
As that goes, I don't feel like anything particularly stands out to me directly. Um, we're just sort of seeing the primary tier one items and upgraded boots and such coming out from most of the players. But yeah, as we touched on, it's fairly even going into the beginning of the early to mid games phase of the match.
Yeah, and there's talk about a potential remake vote. I really, hope that isn't what has to end up happening. But
Yeah, it's never really what you want to see happen since the lanes have been developed and ganks and rotations have already kind of happened. 11 minutes is a bit of a stretch for how much gameplay we've actually seen happen.
yeah, I wonder. I wonder at which point they're going to move this Armadon out of the top lane, and we'll eventually find him in another lane. See where he decides to put his pressure, because that hero is just it can be very hard to deal with once it gets like we see now, the Helm of the Black Legion. Thankfully, I expect him to pick up a headdress. A Helm headdress is just such a standard build for Armadon, but they have a fantastic tool in the Lodestone to help them deal with the heavy damage mitigation that an Armadon naturally has.
I'm
So
not sure if the headdress, like the full version of it, will actually do a whole lot this game because there's so much physical damage from the Arachna and the Dark Lady, and I don't know if the other heroes are threatening enough to where he needs the full shamans. It's still a great item, but he may end up deciding that just divestments could be enough of the magic armor that he needs to
I think you're
before he
absolutely right. Yeah,
builds
now that I
into
take
his
a
next
closer look.
tier of item. And I wouldn't honestly be surprised to see something like a mock come out from Armadon so that they have some sort of late game presence to pair up with the adrenaline later on. Bottom lane we have a Geostock Geomancer. Gonna kind of scout out the positioning here of the Hellborn. He will see a Luna, but I don't believe he knows who it is. He just sees who's running around. And the rotations were coming in, but Luna is going to use that Deja Vu to buy the distance away.
Now, Armadon is playing behind the tier 1 tower here at the top lane.
Yep.
Lodestone,
And-
you know, I just don't feel. You know, Bombardier was kind of positioning himself for a Lodestone, but what can you really do with this hero? He's got 1300 HP with a helm at this point. It's really difficult to do anything to him.
It seems like the players are trying to make stuff happen, but at the same time, there are very difficult heroes to kill with these helms picked up. And I think they're just content with kind of playing in their
Yeah, I
lanes
think
for now.
just based off of the heroes that are there, I think the bot lane is going to be the focal point for most of the action in this game now. You
Yeah,
know?
these are the heroes that can kind of get things started.
Not only that, they're
and
they're also
go
the
down
heroes
quicker.
that look like they can die.
Initiation from the Dark Lady onto the Adrenaline. The blades come out, and the Astrolabe is popped. Can Adrenaline get out? Crystal Field does come down into the Book of Silence from Vindicator. Lava Surge defensively going to go out onto the Dark Lady. Power Throw is coming in from the middle lane, not going to connect for a kill, and Dark Lady will pursue the Magnus with his cooldowns. Not available, and he will get the kill credit onto Magnus, so... That started with the Dark Lady initiation. They were able to eventually chase down the Magnus.
Yeah, Dark Lady is just such an excellent tool to, you know, start that initiation on top of a hero like Adrenaline or Magnus. Stops them from being able to do anything, and then the final chapter indicator, you know, just prevents either of them from reacting to help the other one. But yeah.
Astrolabe and Brass Knuckles picked up on the Arachna. I think I like it. They're both very early game items, so it helps him have lots of stats, but also, you know, he benefits if he does get involved in some kills early on to kind of get that damage boost going as well.
Yeah, I'm definitely a fan of both of those items on Arachna. I think they work well with her kit, you know. As long as she can find some kills to buff the damage of her Knuckles, it really works extremely well with her passive. Because I don't think the passive is... yeah, the passive does not increase damage based on only on base damage, based on agility. It's all damage, so... You know, if she's able to charge Brass Knuckles up to 30 damage, it really, really synergizes well with her passive.
Geomancer in the trees here, and Magnus is nearby. I feel like we're going to see some... There's the initiation. Earth scrapped into the dig stun. Magnus uses a defensive lava surge. The silence does come out a little bit late, but now Dark Lady is in the party here, pounded in the auto attack. They do take down the Magnus, and now Adrenaline is looking to turn it with the team support coming in from the Armadon and the Bombardier. Can they get anything to catch them? The Death's Halo is cancelled, and Geomancer digs out to safety. Veiled routed a Luna in the background. Geomancer has the Geostock up again. It doesn't have any mana for follow-up. Spider Sting comes out onto the Illuna. She's going to pop the Deja Vu. Rocket Drill comes out into the Shatterstorm, but not going to connect. And now Lodestone is exposed. Will they look to turn it around? Silence comes out from the Vindicator. Arachna is slowing down the Bombardier now, who is exposed. Dark Lady charges in with Geomancer, and they will take down the Bombardier. It's a serial killer streak coming out for Dark Lady. Armadon is charging into the front lines. Magnus has respawned now. He has come in with a Lava Surge onto Arachna, who does end up falling. And now it's Vindicator getting slowed down by the Snotstorm. Lodestone does have a Rocket Drill and a Head Smash ready to go. Once Dark Lady gets here, will they look to turn it around? Vindicator getting Tower Dove. Adrenaline and Armadon in the front lines. Vindicator does go down, and Lodestone going to use a defensive Rocket Drill. Magnus catches him out, and Dark Lady now is going to turn it on to Adrenaline with the tower. hitting him. Can they lock him down? One more auto attack. He pops the Astrolabe. Can he get out? Yes, he does with the double rush. Can Dark Lady get in range? In the background, Lodestone does go down to the Magnus and the Armadon, but Dark Lady, one more auto attack. Can she get in range? The rush just in time, but the Charging Strikes comes out, and Dark Lady will get the kill behind the Tier 1 tower. Now it's Geomancer who's going to have to use a defensive dig, but Armadon, can he get in range for another slow? Geostock is going to bite him to safety. Dark Lady, meanwhile, gets caught out over by the Hellborn Ancients by a sticky bomb, and the team support comes in.
A lot of back and forth
team
there.
fight
Wow.
coming out.
That
So
was a
who
lot
came
of-
out on top of this one? I got to take it over to you.
You know, I think I want to say that Hellborn came out on top. But it's really, really difficult. The only reason that I say Hellborn came out on top is because Armadon lived, and we just saw Sword of the High picked up on Armadon. So,
Oh wow, that's a
Death
big
Halo coming
pickup.
out on Arachne.
Middle lane
mid
Death Halo,
But
and the final
yeah,
chapter being used as well.
you know, you had kills on both Dark Lady and Arachne throughout the course of that long team fight. Unfortunately, Adrenaline died, but Armadon lived, and I feel like Armadon is going to be the story of the game here if he's able to get his mock up.
Yeah,
We still have no
that's-
deaths on
that's
that hero
good.
yet.
They also get the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane as well, so they get that extra gold going to the team. They're even going to make their way into the middle lane here now, try to force the issue onto the tier 1 tower. We have a Veiled Rotted Magnus here in a very offensive position. See if Hellborn team tries to force the issue here. We do have Geomancer and Vindicator kind of hugging the tower here, looking to make some kind of defense, but Dark Lady and Lodestone are not set up yet, so this tower should fall. A deny attempt comes out from Arachne, but that's going to put him out of position, and Magnus comes in with the Lava Surge. Here comes the counter initiation from Lodestone. They don't have the final chapter. The book does come down, though, to silence, and it's a 2-for-1 exchange. The TBs do come in. Armadon joins the party as well, but that looks like it will be the end of the fight, but maybe not. We have an Invis Luna here trying to scout out things. Can they get in range for anything? It looks like maybe not. So, yep, Armadon, he's sitting on 1,200 gold. He's going to take these stacks away from the Legion side with the team support, and that should give him enough gold to purchase that recipe. And he is looking very scary now, sitting at 500 gold per minute. He is the top farmer in the game, followed by the Adrenaline at 380, and it feels like it's quickly falling apart for the Legion side, as they only have the Lodestone up at 330 gold per minute, followed by the Dark Lady and the Arachne, both at around 300 gold per minute. So, what does Legion need to do now to try to give themselves a foothold in this game? You there, John? Okay, it seems I lost my co-caster for a second there, so...
I'm so sorry. My
he's
microphone
back.
was muted.
Okay.
I was going to say, I really think they need to utilize the Lodestone here, and Lodestone is putting himself in a very risky position trying to get the tier 1. But, you know, he's got a PK and a Helm, so he's extremely slippery, can really cause a threat. He can one-shot a lot of the heroes on the Hellborn side. So I really think that they need to just try and divert attention away from Dark Lady until she can get her Runed Axe. I think she bought the Warhammer, so she's very, very close to finishing that item.
So just
you know,
kind of avoid Hellborn as
kind
much
of
as
avoid,
possible.
but at the same time, it's kind
Top
of
lane, we
difficult.
have the TP coming in from Adrenaline. Will he look to set up the Death Halo onto the Lodestone? Looks like he ran out of mana after using the rushes there, so not going to go for anything. But in the bottom lane, Hellborn is still 4 players down here. They get the tier 2 tower, and in the meanwhile, Legion did push.
Watch out for
in
top
that.
lane. We got a Shatterstorm started.
Yep,
going on
Shatterstorm.
Adrenaline
Is
here.
it going to connect? Here comes the follow-up from Vindicator, and can they bring him down? He gets out with the rush. Oh no, but the final auto attack from Vindicator does snipe him out. The team support is coming in. Magnus and Bomb, can they get the cancels on the TPs? Not in time.
So this is exactly what they wanted, right? They got a kill
Yep.
onto the Lodestone. Took a little bit of time in order for it to go off. So it baited some TPs away from the bottom lane, and now Arachne's got space to farm down there. Dark Lady finished the Runed Axe, so she's actually got time to farm these ancient creeps right here. So they're starting to get back into the game. You know, Armadon is very scary, but if they can find the time on other parts of the map to get them away from their tier 3 towers, because they've only got the two tier 2 towers in the top and mid lane. They were pushing on the front door of the bot lane, but you know they managed to tear them off of it, and now these carries with their farming items are able to, you know, start finding some space. Arachna picked up an Alkbones as well, so she's kind of in it for the long haul as well.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested to see how the Alchemist Bones kind of plays out for her, since she's playing that secondary carry kind of role this game behind the Dark Lady. She did, you know, as we pointed out, she went for these early game items of both the Astral and the Knuckles, and then to pick up an item like the Alchemist Bones as a follow-up. I don't know, how do you feel about that as far as how the flow of the game has kind of shifted? Do you think this is the right pickup, or was something else perhaps
Kind of a
better?
little curious because, you know, they got a heavy farming item on Dark Lady, so it's kind of like, well, let's let the Dark Lady do most of the farming. But at the same time, I kind of like it because, you know, Alkbones is it just gives like a natural GPM increase without having to commit to any kind of actual farming, right? She's able to be very, very participatory in the map wide fights while also accumulating a little bit of a GPM. So if she's able to keep it up, maybe get into her next combat item, looks like she's maybe either going for a Nullfire or a Geosbane. If she's able to finish those without dying, I think it could actually really, really pay off because she's not going to be going for anything like a Thunderclaw or this game to try and farm. She's going to want to be active, help gain the space on the map for Dark Lady, but at the same time supplement her own GPM while at the same time remaining active.
So she does follow it up with a Quick Blade. Do you think this will be something like the Firebrand eventually to a Geometer's Bane, or do you even think something like a Nullfire Blade to perhaps deal with the Armadon or heroes like the Adrenaline, keeping their mana pool sort of low? Do you think that's an option? Where do you think Arachna follows it up?
I think
here?
that you know, I was actually talking about it the other night. You know, in my own conversation with somebody, I think Nullfire Blade is an excellent choice against an Armadon. You know, Armadon is one of those heroes that wants to stay alive and just keep spamming his spells. Nullfire can really, really prevent him from being able to do that. You know, it's hard to take down an Armadon's HP, especially if he's running away from you. But you know, every attack with, say, a level 3 Nullfire, knocking away 80% of or 80 mana, can really just kind of make him a little bit, or not just a little bit, a lot less threatening. Because that hero, his cooldowns are so low. That's what he wants to do. He wants to stay in the fight. He wants to spam his abilities. If you give him, if you drain his mana to the point where all he can do is Spine Burst whenever you attack him from behind, you can almost just ignore him.
Yeah, that's yep.
But at the same time, Geomancer is a natural
Initiation here in the bottom lane. Cover of Darkness comes out into the follow from the Shatterstorm, and Armadon is going to fall just like that. Crystal Field even put down to prevent any sort of follow-up, and now Hellborn team is going to return with the airstrike, gets the kill onto the Lowstone, and double tap comes out for the Arachna as it's a 3-for-1 exchange. Geomancer comes in with the Dixon as well, and a Luna goes down. Bombardier is the sole survivor. What just happened, John? That's a 4-for-1.
They got a very, very big pickoff on Armadon, and I believe it's all due to the Lodestone. You know, Lodestone can just take away all of the damage reduction that Armadon has built himself into, the high armor, the high magic armor. You know, all he has is the Armadillo, but at the same time, if you cut away every single other source of damage reduction, Armadillo becomes a lot less threatening. And then as soon as that hero is out, what do you do whenever you're the Hellborn team? All you have is a your only damage source is more or less, you know, Bombardier and Death's Halo from Adrenaline. But at the same time, you know, Bombardier is playing as a support. Death's Halo isn't necessarily going to be enough on top of, you know, all of the stuns and silences from the Legion side. So, and it really, I think it was a well-timed cover of Darkness from Dark Lady that allowed them to get that early pick onto Armadon to start that team fight off.
Oh wow, Vindicator canceled the eruption, so another fantastic tool used by the Legion side. Yeah, I gotta say that cover of darkness, we can't really see it as casters per se, but when you play against it, you can really feel the effect it has when you can't see what's going on or coordinate with your teammates. You gotta kind of start like, guys, help! He's going on me. I need over here to the left. I'm right next to you, and then it's by that time it's everything's happened, and Armadon had already fallen and
Well, you
they
talked
don't.
about it last game,
Yeah.
right? Where 2 seconds in HoN and it can feel like an eternity, and cover of darkness lasts for what, 5 or 6 seconds? So
Yep.
so much can happen inside of that. So if you're unable to be assisted by your teammates because they cannot see you, can't react, they can't put the spells on the pursuing enemies to play defensively for you, it's just all over in that small time window.
I would like to see for the future if somebody could get a Storm Spirit on the Hellborn side. I feel like since they don't have any sort of support with any sort of protection for the Armadon once he gets initiated on by the Shatterstorm, they need a way to kind of prolong the team fight and stall so that the team support can come after the final chapter does end up wearing off. And we see the Legion Kongor does get taken down quite easily. Um,
Yeah, they trade Congors here, and
yep,
I'm
Hellborn did
really
theirs
starting
as
to
well.
worry for this Hellborn team. Armadon is quite scary, but at the same time, look at these the gold that is being pulled up on top of Lodestone and Dark Lady. What do you think Dark Lady is going to go into? Well, we already found the answer. She just
It
bought a
looks like
shrunken head.
straight shrunken head. So that screams to me that she's ready to fight, and they are not going to sit here and try to drag the game out for extended amounts of time if they um, if they can't get away with playing this aggressive defensive farming route. um, Arachna did go for the firebrand, so I believe that will turn into a geometer's bane to see if
Oh, certain.
goes for anything else instead.
I don't think you ever buy something like a Dawnbreaker.
No, I don't think so.
And it makes sense,
I think there's
self dispels and everything. But I'm really curious what this almost 5K from Lodestone is going to turn into. I kind of expect it's going to turn into a sheep stick.
that's what I
Um,
was gonna say.
but
I think
and a
Sheepstick seems
second
like the most
Arcana,
reasonable choice.
I couldn't tell if that's the first or second Arcana coming out on Geomancer, so he might be going for a Hellflower.
He's sitting at
Oh,
about 200 gold per minute.
speaking of
So,
Hellflower, though, that's what the purchase was on Lodestone.
oh, he picks up a Hellflower. Okay,
The
not what I
Geomancer
was expecting,
making
but
some doing some good work over here, just being geo-stocked and scouting out the position of the Hellborn team. So really just opening up the space for his Dark Lady. Though she got a combat item that she's ready to fight with, you can never have too much gold on a carry like Dark Lady until your 6th slot, I guess. So
and even then, there's
even
corrupted
then,
swords
yeah, exactly.
for the extra late game.
Corrupted swords and buybacks, and blah blah blah. So she's already got 2K gold again. So I wonder what she's going to turn it into. I expect something like a firebrand. You know, Dawnbringer might not be very attractive on Arachna, but I find it to be an excellent item on a hero like Dark Lady.
So Armadon is sitting at 3,000 gold. Excuse me. What should he look to invest into as his follow-up to the Mock of Brilliance?
It's really difficult to say. Gosh, if I were playing this Armadon, I would be in such a tight, such a really between a rock and a hard place here because he has to know that Lodestone is going to be gunning for him in every team fight. So buying something like I don't know a demonic doesn't necessarily seem very attractive. But if I were going to go for a defensive item, I would probably pick Frostfield here, just because. Okay, you take away all of my armor, I still have the 20% attack speed slow on you, as well as
Oh,
the
that's a good
active
point.
effect. So I think that that's probably the item that I would pick up if I were playing Armadon here.
I think that's a
I
fair
wouldn't go for
point.
something like a Heart. I don't think Heart's going to give him around like, I don't know, like 500, 600 more HP at this point. But
I think it gives more like around 800 to 1,000, but we'll just.
I
we'll
expect
just
him
say,
to break his helm to make it. But
right. I think Armadon has some choices he could make as far as like the items he could pick up are very flexible. As we see initiation here, and Bombardier is going to get caught out immediately. Hellflower is still available. The Dust Halo comes out onto the Geomancer. He will fall, so it's a 1-for-1. Now Magnus comes in with the Lava Surge. Going to catch out Lodestone. This portal key will be on cooldown due to the Steam Bath. Armadon is here throwing out the Snots and the Spines, and the Spines will bring him down. So now 4,700 gold on the Armadon.
So they're responding to TDL pushing in the bot lane here. They need to really use this window of time while Lodestone has fallen to try and maximize the ability for their Armadon to put the scare of the Dillo into them.
He right-clicked a heart, by the way, as I
Okay.
just saw what he picked up. So yeah, he sits at about 3,000 life now, which quite a big difference.
It is. It's going to, even through the Lodestone Shatterstorm, he's going to be fairly formidable to bring down. So, if they don't bring him down inside of that, he probably has a very good chance of backing out, regenning, and then just returning to the fight. So, I suggested Frostfield, but I don't think Heart on top of the helm is necessarily a bad deal. You have to remember that the deflection source from Heart actually does work, though Shatterstorm is on you. So it's one of the only damage reduction sources on top of Armadillo it's going to have.
So I was toying around with the idea, is there ever the case where he should go for something to follow up this heart with something like a barbed armor? Since he doesn't have the luxury of having a Storm Spirit to fall back on from a teammate. As I say the Storm Spirit, I just saw one purchased by Aluna, so never mind what I just said. Don't go barbed. not a big enough item for position 1, but now he has that tool to work with to counterplay with the Shatterstorm.
In general, I think I don't necessarily like barbed on Armadon. If you're playing it correctly, most situations you're going to have your back turned to them, so you're going to be reducing the amount of damage that you're taking, unless you're hit by a Shatterstorm, of course. But yeah, like you said, the counterplay to Shatterstorm
was purely on the sense of he didn't have the storm to fall back on.
Right.
And that way, once he does get hit with the Shatterstorm, it's like where they can't follow it up with, pounding in the right clicks and locking him down. But now that he has the Storm Spirit to fall back on, I think definitely just go into something, as you were suggesting, something like the Frostfield Plate or even a Demonic Breastplate could be very good.
Yeah, Frostfield Plate. I find that Frostfield Plate's going to be more help him be more combative. It's going to help him lower the DPS of these continuously strengthening carries on the Legion side. Whereas something like a Demonic is going to help him be more of a base pusher with the minus armor. Of course, it's going to help the damage of the Spine Burst and everything, but I think that the item to get here is Frostfield.
Hyper Crown, fully upgraded and completed for Adrenaline, who's also sitting on 3,500 gold. We really haven't talked about him all that much this game, but he's been kind of quietly doing his thing, as Bombardier does get picked off here in the Legion jungle, just kind of overstaying his welcome. I believe he got spotted up by the Geostock top lane. Shatterstorm does come out onto the Adrenaline, and he will fall when it's all said and done. Magnus blinks in offensively to try to get a catch on some potential port outs. Aluna does find Vindicator here with the Emerald Stun, and now Dark Lady has joined the party with the Shrunken Knight. Storm Spirit does come out onto the Magnus, but Dark Lady will be able to secure the kill, and Lodestone does part out. Spider is applied to Armadon, but do they have a stop to the TP? No, they do not, and Armadon will port home to safety. So it ends up being a 3-for-1 in favor of the Legion side. They now take a 3,000 experience lead, but they're still behind in gold by 1,200. Armadon goes back.
Yeah, that surprises me that they're actually lower in gold count, but it must be because I guess it's really just due to
Towers.
the towers. Yeah,
Still.
but
Oh wow. So Dark Lady going for a very offensive pickup here in the Rift Shards, basically making the point that we want to do more damage quicker, and she's going to get that delivered to her very shortly as Legion will try to steal the Hellborn's Kongor. Meanwhile, the respawners are coming out, and the tier 2 tower does get taken out by the Lodestone in the meanwhile. And it looks like they will not be here in time, but can the power throw snipe it out?
ooh,
Oh,
that was close.
so close. So
You know, actually,
Legion does snag that Kong.
thinking about this TDL Rift Shards pickup, I really kind of like it. If and Armadon does pick up the Frostfield plate, but you know, if TDL is able to find that small window of Shatterstorm on Armadon without him being Storm Spirited,
The extra damage from the Rift
yeah,
Shards.
if he gets a crit inside of the inside of that Shatterstorm debuff, Armadon is just going to fall. And then as soon as Armadon falls, really, the rest of them just kind of domino over as well.
So for those who don't know, the Rift Shards adds an extra 10% of the target's max health in damage on top of the crit and flat bonus damage that the Rift Shards do give. So every time he does attack the Armadon, he's going to be dealing an extra 300 damage. The Death Halo does come out onto the Geomancer. He gets spotted out, and that will be a Legion Kongor steal attempt coming out for the Hellborn side. But in the meanwhile, they do have both the bottom and the middle lanes being counter pushed, so they have to make a decision now. Luna is set up here to defend the bottom tower. Fortification does come out. Ports are coming into the middle lane. Here comes the Lava Surge into an airstrike. 2-man onto Lodestone, and Dark Lady gets immediately gone on and finished, and so does the Lodestone. So great initiation coming out from the Hellborn side.
Meanwhile, Armadon is still finishing off the Kongors. This is actually a fantastic window of opportunity for them to finish this Kongor. You know, they're taking away any kind of token potential that that Legion has. I find it very interesting that both of them traded the
Final
Kongors.
Chapter comes out in the bottom lane. Chunkenhead is applied by Adrenaline, but it's going to be defensive and used to fall back when it's all said and done.
Yeah, I was going to say that I was expecting Adrenaline to pick up a Shrunken Head this game, just because self-dispel on the silence, and you know, Shatterstorm is just always so deadly. That
buyback comes out from the Lodestone. He does have everything ready to go. Hellborn is gathering here as 5 into the bottom lane. The tower is very low. Spider Sting does come out onto Armadon. They are going to take it down. Here comes the Crystal Field, only on the Armadon. Dark Lady is here with the Shrunken Head. She does have the cover of darkness, which does blind them in the background, but they're going to use it to fall back. They couldn't get the proper initiation with Armadon just sitting alone in the front lines with that fresh picked up Frostfield play, as you pointed out, and he is just so tanky and hard for them to deal with at this point. He is beating on the Rexes, and Hellborn, or Legion, excuse me, has to make a decision here, and it looks like they don't have the tools necessary to defend.
They can't fight into that Armadon because you know, Shatterstorm was on cooldown for another 10 seconds. Armadon can just solo that Rex. Unless Shatterstorm is off.
So without that Shatterstorm, they just have no way of dealing with the tankiness that Armadon provides for his team.
At this point, it's going to take a Harkon's plate to bring down Armadon unless Shatterstorm is available. 40 armor is just too much. The auto attacks from both Arachna and Dark Lady.
68.9% damage reduction, and that's not counting when he's got his back turned toward the team fight. So yeah, Harkon's Blade definitely something that Legion is going to have to look to invest into, but they got a bigger problem right now as their top lane is being addressed. Top base tower is taking heavy damage. The Veiled Rot from the Geomancer and the Arachna, they are ready to go. Final Chapter is ready as well. Here comes the initiation. Dark Lady pops the Shrunken Head, and now Crystal Field does come down. Adrenaline does get gone on. He doesn't get the Shrunken Head off in time. I think he got hit with a Hellflower, and now Spider Sting does come out onto Armadon. They're going to try to kite him. Here comes the airstrike. It's a serial double tap streak for the Armadon. Bombardier pops the Void Talisman. The Shatterstorm is going to hit onto him solo in the background. That's not exactly the target they want that on. Arachna is going to get the TP on out from Armadon just in the nick of time, and now Lodestone is going to fall back up into the top lane. But yeah, they missed the mark on the Armadon. perhaps, but they do get the rest of the team. So 3 players, excuse me, down for the Hellborn side, but Armadon's still trucking down this melee Rax. He's got to deal with the Arachna, Lodestone, and Geomancer, who are all still here. Here comes the Spider Sting. Frostfield plate to try to slow them down a bit. 2-man Lava Surge stun into the Eruption onto Arachna. She pops the Hardened Carapace, and Lodestone will use a defensive Rocket Drill, but Magnus will get taken out. Now Arachna's the one on the run. Can she make it out? A nice tablet coming in from the Vindicator to get her to safety, but Armadon is the story of this fight, as he is still full HP and hitting those Raxes. He will get the fully completed set, and I still don't think they can kill him. They got a Spider Sting coming up, but they gotta have this TP stops for him. Here comes the Shatter Storm. That's what they were waiting for. And now Armadon might be in some trouble. The Spines are gonna take down Geomancer. Do they have the damage? He's gonna bring down Lodestone as well. It's a double tap for Armadon. So despite the death, he brings down 2 Legion players with himself. It's like Hulk versus everyone. Armadon just, how do they deal with him? So many people they need.
You know, before he finished the Rax, you know, it was a 3-for-3, but Armadon, you know, Armadon being alive after a 3-for-3, you know, how are you going to take down this Armadon in a 2v2? You know, it almost takes your entire team with Shatterstorm debuff to bring this guy down. So if Armadon lives after all of that, it doesn't matter if you go even in terms of player count. He is still able to just sit there and right-click the Rax. So.
Yep, and everyone's alive now for Hellborn side. Here comes the next team fight at the Legion base. Spider Sting does take down the Adrenaline. Buybacks are coming out from the Lodestone and the Geomancer previous to that fight. But Armadon is still here. They've only lost the Adrenaline. Dark Lady pops the Shrunken Head. She goes in. Here comes the Shatter Storm, but a Storm Spirit from the Illuna. And Armadon also gets hit with a Storm Spirit. Geo Crystal Field is going to connect onto Armadon, and here comes the Airstrike from Bombardier, Lava Surge from the Magnus, and now Dark Lady pounded in the right clicks, but she's going to go down to the Spines, and Armadon brings her down. Can Arachna get in range to slow her? She gets hit with an Emerald Stun. Lava Surge Eruption in the background, going to take down the Vindicator. No, he's going to survive. He's going to tablet himself, but he does go down to the Illuna, and it's a 4-player hold from the Hellborn side. GG, well played are being called. That's the Mega Creeps for Hellborn, and they are going to take this game.
You know, Jeff, as you predicted, the Dark Lady went hard on Armadon, you know, in prep, because she knew the Shadow Storm was coming, but Illuna with the Storm Spirit, I guess it could have been Magnus. I'm not exactly sure which.
Yeah, Magnus also picked one up there, so there was 2 in that fight.
But there was a Storm Spirit placed onto Armadon as soon as the Shadow Storm was about to hit, and as soon as that cooldown is used and not connected, it's pretty much game over. You can't do anything to this Armadon at that point.
Yeah, I gotta say, man, Armadon has fully impressed me in this game. He was just a menace for the Legion side, and they had some tools to work against him. I feel like they had the Spider Sting, they had the Shatter Storm, but it just got to a point where I feel like they needed so much to deal with him. And at the same time, if they spent all their resources dealing with the Armadon, there was a farmed Adrenaline they had to deal with. He had Hyper Crown, and you can't just fully focus all your attention on the Armadon at the same time. I gotta say,
I mean,
well played by Hellborn.
Well, that's just the play style of Armadon, where it just, he becomes so big that he becomes a threat. You think of Armadon as a tank, but in actuality he is a carry, because the Restless charges up and gives him quite a bit of a movement speed and attack damage, but also, you've got Snotstorm lowering the armor of people. His auto attacks start to hurt, especially on your structures. So eventually he becomes this big ball that just stands in front of your structures, starts whittling them down. You are forced to address this hero, and that's exactly what he wants. He wants to be a spell baiter. He wants to turn his back on you. He wants you to burn every single cooldown on him. And then, what do you know? The 4 other heroes, knowing that all of your team's cooldowns are down, they just pounce on you. So it's extremely, extremely difficult to deal with if he's able to get that early snowball edge, which he clearly did. He built into the helm, got his boots. I think he bought vestments, and then he went into the mock, and really, he just at that point, he's more or less stopped dying, except for that one notable death at the tier 3 bottom tower. But even after that, he bought the heart. had 3k HP, and it just required every single tool in the Legion's toolkit in order to bring him down. And at that point, Hellborn had other heroes that were, like you said, pointed out this hyper crown that was picked up on adrenaline happened right under our noses. But he's starting to attack at almost 2 attacks a second, throwing chain lightnings in the mix, stacking up dread stacks. It's just it becomes too much to deal with.
Yep, and 3 spell shards picked up on all the supporting casts as well. So when those shrunken heads are down on both the Arachna and the Dark Lady, they just have so much magical damage to follow up all the physical damage that Armadon was providing, um, with the spine stacking up in the prolonged fights. So yeah, I think that pretty much sums up game number 1, or excuse me, match number 2. Um, so yeah, very well played by both sides. It was quite interesting, I will say, to see the dual core attempt by the Legion side of both the Arachna and the Dark Lady. It almost felt like they were gonna kind of steal this one, as they were kind of making it into the mid game with very good farm on both those 2 cores as well as the lodestone. But I gotta say though, some fantastic play from Hellborn in those team fights.
Yeah, I almost wonder if if you could go back in time and try to tailor your item builds a little bit. Really feel like Nullfire is kind of the answer to this Armadon hero. You really need to burn his mana pool. Um, I just their only tool available to them was the Shatterstorm. If you can get this hero on 0 mana, it can really assist in dampening his effectiveness inside of a team fight. Um, it takes several auto attacks from Nullfire heroes, but both TDL and TDL and Dark Lady, TDL and Arachna are going to benefit greatly from the high agility given from a Nullfire blade. So I almost wonder if somehow they could have worked that item into both of their toolkits in order to assist with the Armadon. But in the end, it just they weren't able to get the items that they needed in order to finish the game. They're I don't know what else to say. Just some proper play from Hellborn, seizing the opportunity, knowing that pretty much they're all in on top of this Armadon, and it requires every single ability to be used to bring them down. If they just use these Storm Spirits that they had at the right time, which clearly they did in the last team fight, there's not much that the side can do.
Yep, I think that pretty much sums it for this match. So stay tuned, everyone, and we will shortly get into match 3. Yep. Yep.
But it's
Goodbye,
been
everyone, and thanks for listening to myself, What You Got, and my co-caster, Easy Full Clan. We are going to turn it over to Shorecan and Dutch Ownage for match number 3. So hang tight, everyone.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. Thanks for having us. Appreciate big props for HoN Oh My God for hosting another tournament, and we'll see you in the future. Maybe we'll have the pleasure of casting another match soon. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the third game in the HoN OMG tournament. I'm Shorkan and I'm here with Dutch Onage to be your casters for this third game. And I am excited to cast again after many years of not having casted. I do not have Breaky CPK by my side, but I am joined by the one and only Dutch Onage.
Hey man, how are you doing? I'm lovely to be here. And we're gonna be seeing some good HoN. I definitely hope. The last few games were actually quite exciting. And after a little bit of a hiccup, you're back. So the bands have started. You're seeing Magmus, Andromeda, Kinesis, Vindicator, Ban, and they're not taking their sweet time thinking about these picks.
Yeah, they're
Instantly
almost
going
trying
into
to
it.
pressure, the other team to pick faster, to get through that extra time just a little bit faster. But what confuses me is that Geomancer actually gets through all these, as does Moira, because those are the two heroes that we have seen quite a lot of been banned or picked so far.
Yeah, Geomancer, especially quite an insane hero with the Geostock, being able to counter all Invis, all Veiled Rots even. So that's quite surprising indeed. I'm wondering if both teams just don't care about it or maybe haven't a plan to deal with that hero. But
Yeah.
even though you may have a plan, the Geostock is just so hard to deal with.
Yeah, it's the fact that it even goes through smoke, and I think it's the only ability in the game right now that can spot heroes through smoke. So it gives a huge vision advantage. But let's get to the actual picks. So we have a Lodestone, Artesia, Gladiator, and a Monarch. What do you think about the Lodestone? We've seen it in both games so far.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the first game I was unfortunately not able to watch, but the second game I did see it on Time to Die. I think the hero is insane. It's more like a hero that just counters one or two specific heroes who you want to burst down by giving them 0 armor and basically let them be taking true damage from any source. So I think it's insanely strong. I do think it is mostly picked up as a suicide. I think it was picked up in a suicide in the second game.
It was actually picked
Right.
up in a dual lane together with a Geomancer, but like you said about the true
really?
damage, yeah. So they managed to pressure the long lane a little bit using Lodestone Geo, but this Lodestone in combination with Artesia is going to be able to do huge damage if the target does not have a Shrunken, because all of that magic damage is going to be true damage, and you just know how much damage an Artesia can put out.
Yeah, and definitely with the Lodestone. Lodestone can be the front line that the Artesia needs, so the enemy cannot get close to him. And whenever the Lodestone gets low, the Artesia can put out so much healing. It's insane.
Yeah,
And the
that's
last
one
pick-
thing that's often underrated, the amount of healing that Artesia can do. But yeah, we have
Yeah.
the last big bubbles. So we focused a bit on the Legion team. Let's look at the Hellborn team. So we have a Gladiator, Monarch, and a Bubbles. This kind of confuses me because Gladiator is usually put in the mid role, but Bubbles is also usually put in the mid role. So we're going to have to wait and see how that actually works out.
You could decide to play like Gladiator short lane, or maybe even Gladiator in a tri lane. I mean, if you get some setup stuns, the Gladiator can be quite powerful with both the Pitfall and the Flag.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's surprising to say the least, because Bubbles doesn't really function well in any other lane besides the mid lane. So that
used
does
to be
really...
possible.
Sorry?
It used to be possible to, of course, run him in the suicide lane, but that's a long time ago, and most supports are now strong enough to deal with the Bubbles 1v1.
Yeah, that definitely. And the suicide role has shifted a lot since then, right? Nowadays, you need like a strong hero in the suicide role if you want to play that, like Lodestone, like something like a Grinax. Something that can really contest the enemy support. And Bubbles is just not up to that standard.
Yeah, for sure. So we also have a Monarch picked up, and that provides a lot of defensive capabilities for the burst from the Lodestone. So that's something we're going to have to look out for, because it just provides damage reduction, which is 55%. And I don't think that gets purged by the Shadowstorm.
No,
from
that
Lodestone.
definitely does not get purged by the Shadowstorm. So the Shadowstorm, or like the Crystallis, will definitely help against whoever gets bursted by the Lodestone. And maybe even after that, the Cleansing Winds to get them out of any stun or any hold. I do also think that the Cleansing Winds actually removes the Polytongue I believe.
Yeah,
Right?
I think so too, as it does the morph and the slow from Artesia.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about the debuff from Shadowstorm, but if that could
No,
remove
I
it,
think that's not able to get removed. I think that's a blue buff.
Yep.
Or debuff in this case.
But let's look at the bans. So a Solstice, Legionnaire, and Draconis ban. They're really
wow.
banning those junglers, which
They do not like junglers.
yeah, and then not even banning the Ophelia or the Parasite, which in my opinion
Geomancer.
are
Geomancer did get a ban. And it
Yeah.
seems like the Legion side is really hating on the junglers here indeed. But even leaving the Keeper open, Keeper and Warbeast, there are
Tempest.
just too many good junglers. I don't find Tempest to be as good of a jungler these days. Oh, now that is interesting.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a Predator is really good versus the Gladiator and the Monarch in a way, because you can get rid of a lot of the abilities using Stonehide. But I think Bubbles is actually really good versus Predator simply due to being able to take cover, the leap, and not getting that restraint.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of depends on the order when you take cover and leap, right? So if the Predator
Well, you can
plays it
dodge the
good,
leap.
yeah, definitely. But
Yeah.
if the Predator plays it good, he can potentially get the Bubbles in a tight spot, but Bubbles should definitely have the upper hand whenever that kind of crap happens.
Succubus I do really like versus the Predator, though, because that is one ability that goes through everything.
Yeah,
And
and
it's
one
not-
other thing that we have to keep in mind here is that the Legion side does not have a lot of stones currently.
Yeah,
it's
they have
basically
a
only the
very
Lodestone
limited
and the
stone.
Poly. The Poly is mainly single target, so the Succubus being able to hold the Predator in line for a very long time is going to be very powerful.
It's also going to be curious to see whether Polywog is going to go mid or whether it's going to play as a second support or as a main support.
The main thing that I like about the Poly pick here is since you have the Predator, I don't think you want to go super late with a Predator. I just don't think the Predator is made to be that kind of carry, that kind of hard carry. And with the Polywog wards, you can really start pushing that base, right? So
Yeah,
you can
for
really
sure.
start putting pressure on your enemies, and maybe even like get the base down. So it really allows the Predator to just pick up the Insanitaries, pick up the Elder Parasites, and just go ham on the enemies instead of going
Yep.
for whatever farming build you can.
But it does look like the Polywog Priest is going to be playing in the mid role with that last Pearl pickup, and then we have a Dark Lady as the main carry for the Hellborn. And I'm curious to see how this works out, because we have a Dark Lady who's going to be against the Predator. And I think that this can go either way. It just really depends on who gets more farm during the early and mid game.
Mm-hmm. Both of those heroes are not really fond of picking up a Geobane, so the Bola is definitely going to be a very powerful tool if any of the teams decide to pick it up against the opponent's carry. I definitely hope they do. It's going to be it's a really underrated item with a huge amount of stats on it, so I'm curious. But
Yeah,
I'm more
for sure.
curious as to where this Gladiator is going.
I think he's gonna have to be in the dual lane, because I can't see Bubbles going for a dual lane ever, and not as a suicide either. And yep, as I say that, you see Gladiator and Succubus moving on into the bottom lane. There's no movements of 5 heroes, but the Succubus did port in to make sure he gets the ward off. But what do you think about this? So when you man up right now, the Legion on this side of the map has the advantage because they can make use of 2 pull camps, whereas the Hellborn can only make use of 1. So why wouldn't you try and block the pull? I know it's easily countered, but it's a way to make sure.
Or the medium camp.
Yeah, the small camp.
Yeah.
The small camp. When you're playing as Hellborn, right?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, whenever the enemy pulls the small camp, you get to pull the medium camp, and the medium camp is just more gold in general. So whenever that happens, you should get the advantage.
Yep, but I mean, you can still get last hits as Legion when you're going for those medium camp last hits.
Mm-hmm. I believe there is some slight hiccups here on my side.
I have the same thing.
Oh god. Oh well, let's just go over the other things then. Why do you think they banned the so many junglers? Because it was Legion that banned the junglers, right?
Yeah,
The Legion
for
side
sure.
seemed really afraid to face a jungler. But I
I'm
think
guessing.
with
Yeah, what I'm guessing is that they just wanted to go for more of a late game build because they don't feel like pressuring early. And if they have an enemy jungler who's going to be free farming, then that's very frustrating to deal with.
yeah, but having the enemy as having the enemy have a jungler does mean that your predator in this case will get free farm most of the time.
All right, so we do have another pause coming out for
I
this
think
game.
the people were not able to move. We see that the lodestone missed the block there. Poliwag also still at the tower.
Yeah, this is
Unfortunate, one might say.
unfortunate indeed. So we've
It's
got a bunch of
surprising
heroes coming out.
wards at the top lane from the Monarch, right? Yeah, the Monarch. He didn't
Well, I
place it
mean,
at the
just being able
tower.
to see. It's so you can see the lane, and it's great for harassing when you're standing in that lane.
Yeah, but it's also a ward that will probably never get countered.
Yeah, so
It's
he's
kind
going
of
to get
smart
that
in a
50
way.
gold back. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. And
we're just going to have
Artesia
to wait
also
and see
moving
what
in.
Artesia does, yeah.
Yeah, moving in to probably ward up the cliff, I'd guess. And she does have that counter ward ready. You can generally like kind of figure out when someone has a ward in the lane because of when they attack, yada yada yada. But I don't think I would ever be able to guess that he placed it over here. That's actually really, really funny to me. Anyway,
Yeah.
Predator, Pearl against Gladiator, Succubus. Gladiator, Succubus do have certain synergies with the sleep into the pitfall, but the enemies do have a Pearl that can remove it, and a Predator with a Stone Hide. So it's gonna be a hard lane for the Legion side on the bottom, I think.
Yeah, but the Pearl does have the ability to get rid of debuffs, so he can use Asphyxiate to get rid of the sleep.
Yeah, that's what I mean, right? So
Yeah.
even if they set it up, it's gonna be really hard for the Hellborn side to get a kill here.
Oh yeah, I just misheard you then because I thought you said it was going to be hard for the Legion. But
No, like the Legion's, the Hellborn side just doesn't have that much kill potential without
yeah,
the setup from the pitfall.
they just don't have any burst at all.
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
the Succubus
the
W,
heartache.
yeah, but even that, it's really not that much.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's great harassment tool and stuff because you heal as well if you get a chalice. But
Yeah,
then
but
again,
the
you have a
mana
pearl
cost.
that just you have a pearl that just passively heals you, and a predator that's if he levels carnivorous will also just passively heal. Because that could be a way to play this lane, right? Just don't level the Q that much. Just level the flag, the whip as much as you can, and just try to kind of bully them out of the lane. And because you have the succubus, you never really should be in a position where you are in danger of dying.
Yeah, for sure. And you can also use defensive sleeps if the predator leaps in. So it's going to be very based on who's going to be farming better.
Yeah. Who do you
But
think
yeah,
is favorite, though?
flagellation can make a big difference just because of the harass factor, and it could lead
Mhm.
to kills. But Predator is quite tanky, and if they utilize the pull well, then I think the Legion side has got this because they are both very defensive. Pearl can just hide in the woods and use bubble pop to heal.
Yeah. It also just gives a passive healing as well, right?
No,
I
not anymore.
believe. Oh, they removed that.
Ever since he got the jump.
Oh, okay. It should still be a decent amount of healing, I believe.
It does look like this game might be remade, though, due to this lag happening at the start. So if everybody can make sure that they are in invisibility mode, then we can start the game.
Yes, that'd be nice.
So now we're just waiting for the game to be created again.
Yeah, it does seem like one of the teammates or one of the guys was actually in online mode or not in invis mode. It's unfortunate that it has to be this way, but
Nothing
some
to do
people-
about it, right?
some people are sad. What can we talk about it? What can we say? So what's the plan for now?
So when we're gonna get this game started, let's talk about the Poly and Bubbles matchup in mid. So I think personally that the Poly is quite safe because he can just use his Q to last it, but the same goes for the Bubbles. But whether there are going to be any kills is going to be based on the Bubbles' willingness to commit. What do you think, Dutch?
Well, this is like a matchup we've seen in the past many times, but all those times the Bubble still had his auto takeover, which meant that he was able to take over the electric jolt from the polywag. But that's gone now. So that means that the Bubbles can't actually avoid taking damage from the polywag Q.
Unless, of course, he times it properly.
Wow,
Because
it's going to be
there is
really
a
hard
bit
to
of a
time
delay.
that. Yeah. It does have a slight delay, but still going to be really hard to time that. It's like semi-instant there. And Polly is one of the heroes that can actually beat a
Bubbles.
Yeah, Bubbles, yeah.
Yeah, the miniaturization, or at least that's the morph from Polywog, is going to be doing a lot of work making sure that Bubbles can't escape, because that's such an instant ability, no cast time, and it'll make it really difficult for Bubbles to dodge anything using Take Cover. But I don't think at the same time that Polywog is going to be able to get any kills unless Bubbles makes a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be like war of attrition for both sides, I think. So it's probably going to go down to last hits and just who gets that bottle first, who gets the first rune, and who manages to play the mid lane a bit better. But I don't think any one of them is necessarily favored in a way, right? I mean, it also kind of depends on the rotations from either side. If the Succubus decides to rotate to the mid lane, the Succubus was on the side of the
Hellborn.
Poly,
So, of the Bubbles.
right? The Bubbles.
Yeah.
Well, they can definitely kill the other team, while the Pearl is going to have a much harder time rotating because she can never leave that Predator alone.
Yeah, and finally, the last lane, it was the Lodestone to
Lodestone Artesia?
Yeah,
Against
versus
Dark
the
Lady
Dark Lady Monarch.
Monarch, that's it, right. Yeah, I feel like Lodestone Artesia is just such a killer lane, man. The
Yeah,
head
they
smash
definitely
doing,
have damage.
Yeah, head smash doing like 240 damage at level 2 or something. 250 damage at level 2. It is mixed damage, but it's still so powerful. And whenever you want to kill, the one thing I am a bit surprised by is that they didn't pick like Lodestone in dual stun lane. That makes just the hero so much more powerful.
Yeah, for
But
sure. When you pick
Artesia,
it with something like an engineer, you have so much damage, and any
already
hero is going to
humans,
fall
as
for
you
that.
said. Yeah.
Yeah.
And like the moment you have something like engineer or G-Mans in your lane, that means you can kind of leave the Lodestone solo for a little bit and go gank and go do something when if your team is having in a pickle.
Yeah,
Well,
that's the great thing of the Lodestone, because the Lodestone just has the ability to suicide as well as
exactly
being a dual lane. So it's a very strong pickup, I think, for any game. So
the Artesia can't really do that. Artesia is just a hero that can't really rotate properly because the hero just doesn't have any good slow or stun set up any kills, right?
But you do have the thing that the poly has a lot of disables. So if they manage to catch the bubbles at any point, then the damage coming out from the Artesia is going to be huge to be able to get the pick off.
True.
But we're just gonna have to wait and see.
I think that would more require the bubbles to misplay than like because you do have to be close to the poly for the morph to actually, or the tongue tie to actually hit. They both have quite a low range. Morph 500 range, tongue tie 400 range. That's why you see so many poly pickers pick up the Jade Spire these days to increase the range of those two abilities. And maybe with that, if the bubbles is low and the Artesia is there, they can maybe get a pick off together with the Poliwag and the Artesia. But even then, like Artesia is more about sustaining damage than about burst damage. You really need to start getting levels on Artesia to be able to really apply burst together with your ultimate. The Lodestone would be a much better roamer in this case, but the Lodestone can't really leave the Artesia solo, in a way.
But that's also the issue with the Legion's draft right now, is that they don't have any really secure stuns for the bubbles.
Yeah, they have Artesia and Pearl, right?
Yeah, Artesia and Pearl. So on the supports, I mean. But
Yeah.
on the only one who can potentially do anything is Polly, and that's when he gets a portal key. I think he's going to need a portal key before Jade Spire anyways, simply to be able to catch the bubbles, because he's going to be the only one that can do anything about this bubbles.
True. But they do have two very supportive supports. By a better words, I don't know how to say it. Like two
They have a lot of
supports that are
heals.
mainly focused on like saving your carry or saving your teammates. Both the Pearl and the Artesia are two very defensive supports, which does make me kind of wonder: are they going to be able to put up enough pressure on this Dark Lady to prevent him from farming and outcarrying this this Predator?
Yeah.
Because I think if you go Dark Lady against Predator, my bet is on the Dark Lady.
In
I
the
don't
very
feel
late
like-
game, sure.
Yeah,
But
now I mean
Predator
very
is
late
not
game.
is a force to be reckoned with, of course.
Yeah, in the
Because once
mid
they
game.
get the Shrunken, then the entire Hellborn team, except for the Succubus. Well, yeah, the Succubus is going to be a key factor for stopping Predator. That's pretty much what it's going to come down to.
Yeah,
Because I don't think a Dark Lady can really man up against the Predator if they have even farm.
I don't know. Like the Dark Lady's obviously gonna have a much easier time farming, right? Because Dark
Yeah.
Lady picks the cleaver, she just starts charging stuff, and everything dies. But say you want to start contesting the farm with the Predator. So what items would you go for in that case? I think you would go for the Hyper Crown. That's the way I have been playing Predator personally, and that's the only way I can really see a Predator keeping up with the Dark Lady. So I'll be more interested in the way that they decide to play it. As in, do they go like just the early game pickups on the Predator? So that's Instantarius. What else? You have Elder Parasite and those items, right? And maybe a Basher afterwards. And just try to finish this early, because you do have the poly wards. You do have the Artesia heal whenever the enemy tries to go in the early game, and the Artesia just keeps your entire team healed up.
As well as
then you just
ultimate.
Sorry?
As well as the Pearl with the ultimate and Bubble Pop.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So when it's
just like
gonna
slow
be a
push or something.
if it's going to be a team fight of attrition, a slow team fight in that sense, then I feel like Legion is going to have the upper hand, because they have a lot of burst coming out from the Lodestone. So if they can get one pick off with it, there's not that much burst coming from the Hellborn side. I'd say the Bubbles is the one with the most burst in the early game, especially since he's mid, and Succubus gets a little bit with the Heartache, and Dark Lady is going to be the burst in the late game. But the Legion has the benefit of having Polywog and Lodestone, who can take care of one hero instantly. But we're going to have to wait and see how it goes. We're finally back into the game, and we're probably going to see the same lanes, because they did not really scout each other beforehand.
No, I don't believe so. They did place wards, but I don't think the wards actually saw anything. Would you rather have the Artesia go bottom lane and the Pearl go top? Because I feel like the Pearl is going to have an easier time rotating than the Artesia would.
I think both heroes are bad versus the bubbles in trying to gank him. So, in terms of which one goes to roam a bit more, I actually think Artesia is a bit better because he has longer range and can do some more harass, and whereas the Pearl needs to get quite close up, and the Asphyxiate can be dodged, as well as the Whirl Bubble. They're very predictable abilities, whereas the Artesia, you can shoot it from fog, and then if you use one take cover, you'll have another Arcane Missile coming a second later.
Yeah, true. You do have the Pearl Q against the Chrysalis on the, if they go for Pearl on the top lane. That's definitely like a powerful counter.
Yeah, for sure. But the Monarch Chrysalis, when it's not maxed out, I don't think it really does that much.
It has like an upfront heal now as well.
Yeah, 90 health.
Yeah, I guess it's not too much, right?
Yeah, and especially
maybe
it has more sustained damage compared to a Pearl.
That's definitely true. Artesia is a bit more flexible in the way how you want to play that lane. They do actually have 2 wards on the top lane right now, and Artesia missed the counter wards. She placed it where you would expect it to be placed, aka at the start of the lane, but the Pearl outplaying the Legion team, or sorry, the Monarch outplaying the Legion team, placing that ward in a sneaky spot, and they waste the enemy gold. But it does mean that they don't have any kind of vision at the bottom lane right now.
Look at this item build by the Polywog, by the way. He went for a Hatchet and Blightstones.
That is interesting.
Talk to me about that.
I mean, he just wants to prioritize that bottle, right?
Yeah, that.
But I would really like the Poly to simply pick up a battery here.
Yeah, for sure. The Take Cover, the Shell Serve, and the Song of the Sea are all abilities that are going to be used very often.
Yeah, and you're just gonna like stack up those charges over time and be allowed to basically have like an extra HP pool. And the Poly already picked up his bottle, so I guess it paid off in a certain way.
Yeah,
but
I think it's a great heal, but he's getting slept up right now. So Gladiator is putting the Pitfall down. Is it going to be enough to bring the Pearl down? He does have the Bubble Pop. Is he going to use it? He heals a bit, but one more auto attack should do it, and that's first blood for the Hellborn team. Well played. Good patience from the Gladiator to make sure that the maximum damage from the sleep came in. And they didn't even have to use Heartache because he was out of mana.
Yeah, the Pearl with the sleep only leaps for a very short amount and doesn't even heal that much early on. So they capitalized on that. And as we said earlier, the just sustained damage from the Succubus and the Gladiator coming in there to keep them low.
Yeah, the flagellation is doing a lot more.
Yeah,
than I thought
the
it
Predator
would.
just can't actually like heal up to this. Yeah, it is true damage. You have to keep that in mind.
Yep.
And Predator Carnivorous level 1 doesn't actually heal for that much.
And he hasn't even skilled it.
No. They are actually getting the pull here. They got the big creep from that. So that
Look at the
should
top
give them a
lane. We have
small-
Lodestone jumping in on the Monarch, and that is going to be the huge damage coming out from the Lodestone in combination with an Artesia just slowly whittling him down. Both teams are going to be pulling at the top lane, as well as in the bottom lane, the Hellborn is pulling to the medium camp. But it seems to me right now that both long lanes are doing quite well, better than I expected them to do. Actually.
Well, I expected the top lane, the Legion top lane, so the Lodestone and the Artesia to definitely win that lane, right? But what surprises me the most is how well the bottom lane is doing, the Gladiator and the Succubus. Because I felt like they wouldn't really have much kill potential, but clearly they actually managed to get that first blood, I believe, and secure that lane for themselves.
I would really like to see Pearl just go and pull the easy camp a little bit more, simply because it's extra XP for your team, and your Predator can get last hits under tower quite easily with a hatchet.
Yeah, but you see that flag damage coming in right there, and the Predator is just getting so much chip damage in. And the Gladiator going for an instant Astro, it seems. That's really smart from him. I actually really like it.
Yeah,
Astro
it's a
just
great
makes your
pickup for the
lane
region.
so tanky. Yeah, for the region, but also just for the burst healing, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Polly is gonna get an Invis rune here. Finds the Monarch. Monarch says hello with Crippling Pollen. And he seems to be doing quite well in this lane. Let's see who's ahead. Polly with 26 creep kills, 2 denies. Bubbles with 20 creep kills, 0 denies. Polybug seems to be winning this lane. Even though him having less stats than the Bubbles here.
What I
Both
noticed
players-
is that he was just using his abilities from the very start to get last hits, whereas Bubbles was a little bit more apprehensive. But we have Bubbles porting to the bottom lane. No, back to base.
No,
actually.
back to
Bottom
base.
lane, we have Predator getting slept up, and he is going to get healed a bit. Is it going to be enough from the Succubus to finish him off? He is going to chase, but he's going to give up on the chase. So health pop picked up by Predator, so he is going to be fine in the end. But
Polywag
Polywog
coming.
is actually rotating over with that Invis rune. Let's see if he gets a pick. Gladiator does have the Astrolabe, so he's going to be really tanky to take down. Polywog, does he get this? Okay, there's a slow coming up from the Pearl with the ulti. They're committing a lot for this kill. Nice pitfall coming in. The Sleep actually doing a great work for this Hellborn team, and Polywog almost falling, but the Chalice heal coming in time to make sure that he stays alive.
Yeah, that's just a great rotation from the Polywag. It doesn't seem like the Hellborn side has much vision. So they had no way of seeing him coming. But the way that the Legion team played there, the Pearl leaping in very aggressively, it did give it away. But this is the problem of going for like an instant Astro instead of something like Red Boots before that. You're just so slow. Which allowed the Poly to just catch up to you. And eventually led to the death of the
We have
Gladiator.
Lowstone going in on the Dark Lady, and he is going to be healed up by the Monarch. And Artesia, he is going to get queued up by the Monarch, and he's going to do some more chip damage, but there's a port coming in. And it's going to be the Bubbles. Are they going to be able to do anything? Dark Lady slows down the Artesia. Here comes a Shelter from the Bubbles. They're going to catch the Artesia. Is it going to be enough? Lodestone not willing to commit a stun.
Yeah, Lodestone could have done nothing there for the Artesia. The Bubbles didn't even decide to use his ultimate there, because it just wasn't necessary. Artesia without boots, not a very tanky hero to take down.
We do have Lodestone coming in bottom lane. They do see the Succubus, but they choose to go for the Gladiator instead. Nice stun coming out from Lodestone, but the sleep going on the Lodestone as well. He's not going to get pitfall, but he does fall to the Gladiator and Succubus. Gladiator does die in the end, but Predator is pretty low. Are there any TPs coming from the Hellborn? No, there are not. So Succubus is going to do this little run around the woods. We have Polywog coming in. He's got the tongue tie, and this looks to be a dead Succubus, but let's see if he can actually get a turn kill.
Oh!
He does get the turn kill on the Predator. Take the sleep before he denies himself. There you go. All right, so they do end up getting it, but at what cost?
Well played by the Succubus there, waiting for Heartache to come back up and takes the kill on the Predator. Well played.
Completely unexpected that the Predator would fall there, to be honest.
Yeah, the Heartache just does a lot of damage, and it's true damage, so... but you saw how much healing the Aster actually gave them there in that lane.
Yeah,
because
for
it
sure.
was a Lodestone full combo. That's a lot of damage coming on top of you. And they
Of
just
course,
managed
it
to...
wasn't with the ulti yet, though, but I agree.
It's still a lot of damage. Level 3W giving 350 mixed damage on level 3. It's just insane. And Bubbles coming in with rotation at the bottom lane.
He's going to be veiled, rotted up, so they're not going to be able to see him, but are they actually able to find the Predator? Oh, they have the Succubus ulti, but nice Stonehead coming out from the Predator, so he's going to take no damage, but he is going to get stunned up by the ulti from Gladiator. Pearl jumps in to try and heal him, but he's going to fall to the Heartache. We have Lodestone coming in now, still no ultimate on him though, so might this be a mistake? Are they going to continue going on him? Polywog coming in from above. He is going to just miss the Bubbles, but he does get in on the Gladiator. He's going to get slept up, and this pitfall is going to hit both of the Legion heroes. And nice stun coming out from the Lodestone. Here's the Poly ulti with the tongue tie. Is it going to be enough to kill the Succubus? He doesn't have Heartache up, but he survives with just 200 HP. Astrolabe heal coming in, so they can actually choose to keep going.
That is just so much healing from the Hellborn side here with the Astro and the Heartache. It's a bit of an awkward target to go on, the Succubus, but they just have 2 good stunners. So the Poliwag really can't do much there. Because whenever a target he goes on, the other targets can just cancel his tongue-tied.
The problem
And
is
now-
also that he actually only has 1 level in Morph and 1 level in Tongue-Tied. So we were talking about the disables earlier, and there aren't that many disables for the Legion side. So not having them leveled
Bubbles
up
going
more
in mid.
is difficult to kill. Bubbles going in mid on the Poliwag, but Poliwag actually just manning up, not caring. He is going to get the Tongue-Tie off, but it's going to be enough. Hero coming out from Pearl, and Bubbles is going to fall in the end. So well played by the Poliwag, and good rotation from the Pearl with that port.
That is just good communication there. The Pearl instantly porting the moment the Bubbles went on him there. And the Poly just has so much lockdown. Even though they're level 1, it's 2.5 seconds lockdown on the Tongue-Tie and 2 second lockdown on the Morph. And it's just able to hold the Poly for the Bubbles for such a long time there.
The aggressive plays from the Hellborn team are really good right now, though. Look at the farm coming out from the Dark Lady. He's at the top with 340 GPM. It's not free farm, but it is
Pearl
more than anybody else. And Pearl just
got ultimated by the
instantly died.
Succubus there. No one to
Yeah.
cancel it. Predator can't help him. So he just said, I'm out, boys. I'm out.
good that the Predator didn't get caught, but Predator is so far behind the Dark Lady right now, so it actually doesn't matter who they kill there.
True. And that's because like the Legion side decided to rotate bottom instead of staying top. Because the Dark Lady didn't have much. Although I do have to say that even though the Dark Lady was getting contested quite hard, Dark Lady can still get last hits with that Tainted Soul, while the Predator is unable to get something if he's not able to actually right-click the creeps. And the Bubble's rotating top with an Invis Rune is going to spot two people here.
Yeah, he is. And
And,
nice silence coming out. He's going to get a double silence. And the Monarch coming into ulti to give him some speed. And that Artesia falls immediately. The ulti from Lodestone is going to give him some health, but he's going to be able to stun out. And then Polywalk with a nice War Trap. Again, he's been on point with these, but now he's out of mana. So are they actually going to be able to kill the Dark Lady? Nice Tongue Tie coming out with the Bubble Pop, trying to deal some more damage to the Dark Lady. He is going to fall. Meanwhile, the Predator does fall in bottom to the Succubus and Gladiator, and we have Lodestone now going in on the bubbles. Do they have the disables to keep him down? It does look like it. So a bit of a back and forth, but with Predator dying, is this really worth it for the Legion team?
They did get a lot of kills there, more than the Hellborn team got in the top lane. But yeah, they still do have both the Gladiator and the Succubus just killing the Predator bottom, and they are just farming lanes. And they even got the bottom tower. That's a tier 2 tower down. That is a lot of farm.
That's the reason why the gold deficit is already at 6k for the Hellborn versus the Legion, simply because they got 2 towers. Oh wait.
I'm having the same issue.
Can you see?
Green black as well? Yeah.
I mean, what's going on?
I am not sure.
Oh, wow. Okay, that was weird. Sorry, guys. It seems like we're back right now. It does look like 2 of the Hellborn team died. Bubbles and Gladiator did fall, and I think it happened in mid. But now we have a sleep coming in on the Polywog, and that's not going to be cancelled. But Succubus ulti in on the Artesia. Is the Monarch going to fall to the Lodestone? He is going to be able to run away, but the Disable coming into the Succubus, he's going to be falling low, but he does have the power supply. He is juking around the trees. They are going to get the mid tower. Lodestone does find the Succubus, but the sleep doing work again. Heartache Astrolabe heal. Succubus is just healing so much. Is he going to fall? Lodestone is going to get hat smash in 1 second. But the sign is coming out. Is Lodestone going to fall? One more HP. Meanwhile, Polywog does get the War Trap in on the Gladiator. He's already used the Astrolabe. He's taking a lot of damage, but the sleep again keeping the Polywog disabled. Succubus might fall as well. Nice tongue tie coming out from the Succubus. Bubbles, unfortunately, eating the sleep. Are they going to be able to kill this Polywog? No, he PKs away. So well played coming out from the Polywog, and suddenly he jumps to 430 GPM.
Yeah, that's a lot of kills, and the both the gladiator getting trapped there and the succubus consequently running into the traps. It's just so much damage that those traps can actually put out on someone, as long as they're near the vicinity. So
And
my advice
to
to these
think, I
players is,
mean, it was level 1 Polywog ulti as well.
yeah, but they still do a lot of damage if you allow them to. That's why it's such a powerful ability of pushing base as well. They seem to
Feldrod
want to
coming
go
in
top
from the
here.
Polywog. Yeah, he's looking for it, but it does not seem like Dark Lady is going to look to
I
farm
think
there. He
he's
is going
gonna
to play
pick
it a
up
bit
an
safe.
Jade Spire here, right?
I would think
With
so
that,
too.
Pickled brain.
It's a great item to pick up on the Polywog. Just like you said earlier, the 400 range from the tongue tie really is not enough. You really want that Jade Spire to help you out, but he's
going
actually
in.
going to go in on the Monarch. He morphed him. He does have the tongue tie. Are they going to have the damage? Artesia coming in as well, but Monarch does have the Chrysalis. He did
Decided
not want to use the
it
Chrysalis.
there, nor did she decide to use the ultimate. That is a bit surprising.
I don't think it would have mattered ultimately, but it would have given the illusion to the Legion team that there might be other heroes coming.
True. I
A
think
Polywog
if,
jumping
like,
in on the bubbles. So they're going to get the catch. All the stuns are there. The damage is there. And he is going to fall.
But yeah, that's the power of the Poliwag PK. An instant stun / disable is just so powerful. When you have Digimon heroes that just deal a lot of damage but don't really have good stuns, like the Artesia, like the Pearl. And they're doing what they should be doing. Predator
Bottom
being
lane,
gone on.
Predator is getting gone on by the Gladiator, but with the Stonehide, he's able to just walk away. So this was the issue that I originally thought was going to happen more in the bottom lane, was that Predator would just Stonehide and walk out.
Yeah,
Jade
but
Spire now picked up on the Poly as well.
They didn't really try to burst them as much. They just like whittled them down slowly.
Yeah.
And the Predator just didn't have the healing to actually stay in that lane. Neither did the Pearl, and it just went, once they reached like half HP, they just went on them and bursted them down.
So we do see the Polywog. Is the Pitfall going to hit? He is going to get Artesia, but there is not going to be any follow-up.
But yeah, it doesn't really... the Dark Lady has his Cleaver now, and it's just going to farm jungle. While the Predator is still staying at that 220 GPM, trying to get that Thunderclaw. But he's going to be lagging behind so much behind this Dark Lady. And the Dark Lady is going to be like 200-300 GPM ahead of this Predator. And
Artesia ulti coming down, and there's a sleep on the Polywog. So is this going to end up being... Yeah, the Pitfall does hit, but is it going to make a difference? Oh, they're looking for the Succubus, and he is going to find him with the Morph. Instant War Trap. Has this guy missed a War Trap yet? I don't know, but here comes the Lodestone in with the ulti. Nice stun coming on the Succubus, but the Succubus actually survives longer, and Gladiator falls first, so does the Hellborn really want to take this fight? Nice Morph coming out again from this Polywog, but is this turn going to come out from the Hellborn side? Dark Lady is there, he is going to get slowed, but Predator is there with the Restrain. Nice stun coming out from the Lodestone, and the damage is going to be there. Monarch coming in to try and save his carry, but he actually put himself in danger. He is going to use the Chrysalis, but does fall quite quickly.
And yeah, it's just the Hellborn team here going in one by one instead of cutting their losses and just going back altogether. They did get a Polywag kill, which is quite a lot of money and XP. But is it worth it? I'd say definitely no.
Yeah, this Polywog is doing all the work for the Legion team right now. I don't think he's missed a Polywog trap, a War Trap yet.
No, he definitely hasn't. And it's another thing that we are seeing right now is just the healing from Artesia and the Pearl. Because they did use quite a lot of spells, the Hellborn side. The Heartache, the Bubbles, full combo, but the Artesia and the Pearl just heal everything back up. And it's like nothing ever happens.
Yeah, so these picks are starting to work out for them in these early to mid-game fights. Looking at mid lane, they are pushing, but Gladiator's going to get stunned up. He's really tanky though, especially with the Chrysalis. Nice ulti though to time it exactly after the Chrysalis, and it's going to end up being too much damage for this Gladiator with an Astrolabe and a Shaman.
Big deny from the Lodestone as well. They denied the tower, denying so much money from the Hellborn side there. And that is money that they badly needed on the heroes. Bubbles did actually manage to pick up a PK here. And Dark Lady going for Whispering, I would think. Either that or an Abyssal Skull, but either way for lifesteal, instead of giving her something that she can maybe team fight with, such as a Firebrand into a Shrunken or something.
And
It is
that
a bit
was
on the
just
greedy
really
side.
unfortunate. I don't know if you guys saw that, but Monarch placed a ward and was instantly countered by the Pearl. So Legion is looking to set up to push this top tower, trying to get their net worth to go a bit up. And the
And
Polywog
Predator's
ulti
not
actually
there.
comes out.
Yeah, that's the push power I was talking about. But they're now pushing to give the Predator more space, which the Predator
Yeah.
is not really making much use of. He's still doing the jungling thing instead of the laning thing at the bottom lane.
Yeah, he's just too afraid of being caught out by the succubus, and I completely understand that ultimate is going to be so strong. And just like the Polywog, I think the succubus is going to want to pick up a Jade Spire simply to get more range on his ulti, more range on his sleep, and more range on the heartache.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a powerful tool, but I would much rather like to see something like, I don't know, maybe a Sand Scepter to get out the morph, or a PK or a tablet to be able to initiate together with the bubbles here. I'm actually not even sure what I would like to see on
They're
the succubus.
on the load zone. They are going to go on the tankiest target. He's actually going to just turn it around with a nice double stun. Polywog is there as well. Gladiator
ultimate!
It's going to hit 3 targets, but Polywog is just succubus ulti this entire time, and they just don't have the damage. They're healing so much on this Legion side. In the top, you see Polywog getting caught out by the bubbles and by the Monarch, but at the same time, Dark Lady going in on the entire Legion team and is actually just forced to run. Load Zone is up to full health and mana. Is he going to be able to catch this TDL? He does not get the stun, and it was really close, but a bit of an awkward fight for the Legion. They still might be able to get this Dark Lady. Let's see. They're in for the chase.
There's the Pearl with Striders coming in there.
He does have the bubble pop, but Knight's Juke, is it going to be enough? And he's actually slept up. What a sleep by the Succubus, and Dark Lady is out. But Bubbles does end up falling for it. Is low, so I'm going to go for more. They have so much sustain on this. Oh, what? Hellborn calling for... It doesn't matter. Lodestone gets the stun on the Succubus, and Succubus does end up falling. But the Hellborn should really stop taking these fights, because clearly they do not have the damage right now to deal with all these heals. And on top of that, Pearl actually just picked up an Astrolabe, so there's even more heals going to be coming in from this Legion side.
Yeah, definitely a really good pickup. I would personally have liked to see the Astro earlier on the Lodestone, but just having it on your team does so much for your healing potential. And I would even maybe like for either the Pearl or the Tisha to maybe pick up a Sackstone here, because the Sackstone does increase the healing you do by 10%. And we see the Lodestone picked up a Barrier Idol for even more. Just AoE healing. They really know what they want to do here. Just heal everything. Yeah. Heal through the damage from the Legion side. Because the Legion side, besides the Dark Lady, they don't really have to sustain damage. The Dark Lady is still out farming the Legion sides and the Predator. But the Dark Lady's not really getting the time that she needs to start taking off here. And I think she is going for an Shrunken now.
Bottom lane, we do have some initiation happening on the Gladiator. Enough stuns. Is there going to be the damage? Gladiator ulti comes in, but it's not going to be enough. This Artesia is doing work.
Yeah, the healing is so much. I think what they really need to do is just get the bubbles and maybe +1 to just focus this Artesia down. Because she is quite squishy. That's only 900 HP. And when the Pearl is not ready to save her, they can potentially just burst her down within a few seconds. Especially if they get the cover of darkness from the Dark Lady to basically give them no vision. But I would also really like for the Dark Lady to be pushing out top right now, because they see they are 5 bottom. This is the moment you should be taking those 3 lanes and just pushing them out as much as possible so you can rotate into the jungle after.
Yeah, for sure. But Legion side now comfortably taking one of the bottom towers. It does seem like they are in a good position to just continue this train, continue team fighting, and making sure to just keep up the pressure, to not provide any space for this Dark Lady.
Yeah, definitely. But the one thing we see here is that the Hellborn side is just pulling up all their gold on the Dark Lady, while the Legion side is much more spread out. And they're going on a Monarch here. They're finding the Monarch with the War Trap. And that is a
it's
dead
gonna fall
butterfly.
instantly. But I'm just wondering, is it worth it to use the polywog wards there? And at the same time, does it matter? Because it does not seem like the Hellborn is in a position to want to take any fight right now.
Yeah, I mean, the Predator is not even there. The Predator is just comfortably farming the jungle, as he has been for a long time right now. Maybe you could consider
They're
picking
jumping
up
in,
something.
they're gonna catch the Dark Lady, but is there gonna be any follow-up? He does have the tongue
It's the
tie.
Jade Spire.
And they're gonna have another stun on top of him, but the sleep coming in on the
Sleep.
Dark Lady to save him. Succubus ulti coming in range of the tower, but look at this heal coming out from the Pearl. Pearl actually tanking the tower right now, but the heals are too much. And in the meantime, Succubus, 1 HP. Is he gonna fall? Stun coming out from the Lodestone.
Wow.
Wow.
He dove to Narnia and beyond there. That
And they
Lodestone
didn't even
went
lose any
in.
HP.
No, that was a big Pearl ultimate as well, because they were all grouped up. But the main thing that I took away from that team fight is the Succubus really knows how to play that hero. Sleeping the Dark Lady there to dodge like 3+ abilities is just so strong.
I'm just wondering right now why the Lodestone is choosing. He got a Soul's Bulwark and a Barrier right now, and has not chosen to pick up a PK this entire time.
I'm just happy he didn't pick up a Helmet Black Legion, man.
Oh
I'll
yeah,
take what
for
I
sure.
can.
Just so people know what we're talking about, the Lodestone plates, the E, it blocks damage passively 100% of the time. And I know it's not as much as a Helm of the Black Legion, but it does seem like quite a bit of a waste of 2,000 gold when its use is actually just diminished due to this.
Yeah, I would like maybe for the... Oh, they're going Kong right now. I was gonna say, I would like for the Predator to maybe pick up a little bit of lifesteal so they can start taking the Congors and start them pushing the Brax, because they don't really want to give this Dark Lady more time to get her items, get that Shrunken, and just like go ham. But
Yeah.
they do have to heal from the Artesia, they heal from the Pearl.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary for them to even have lifesteal on this Predator. He just needs to keep auto-attacking, Artesia needs to keep healing. They can even use the Artesia ulti, because the cooldown is 50 seconds, and I mean... It's not going to matter.
Wow, that was really low actually. I thought it was more. But yeah, the Conger will go down. The healing is strong. And you cannot forget about this buff that they get.
Yeah, I did notice when they were killing that Kongor that Pred is not able to be healed by the Artesia when he uses Stonehide. So that is going to be something to look out for, because right now all these team fights have been focused around Lodestone getting healed this much. But if their carry needs help, are they going to be able to be there to help him?
That's interesting. So, do you think the Pearl E does go actually? Does
The
heal
Pearl
him?
E does. The Pearl
Yeah,
E
it's
does.
superior
I'm pretty
magic on the
sure.
Pearl E.
Yep.
Yeah, only the Artesia doesn't seem to. But I don't think it matters. Predator E or Predator used the Stone Hide there to have the 12 extra
Look at the
armor.
mid
Oh, they're
lane.
going in.
Polywog actually caught the Dark Lady, and he has got a Shrunken picked up on the Polywog, and so now he doesn't use his Polywog wards. This time I'm very
Shrunken on
curious,
Dark
because
Lady
this
as
Dark
well.
Lady's gonna just try and port out, and he is gonna be successful. So he had the ability to use Polywog wards there, chose not to do it. That's fair. That's his decision.
Sometimes you can charge out of those polywog wards. It is a bit wonky sometimes, but yeah. The main thing is I don't think they knew that the Dark Lady had a Shrunken there, because the Lodestone just mistimed it even so slightly. But yeah, that was a Kongor. They could have taken it. They decided to go for the Dark Lady instead.
Look at this. Bubbles heading in on the Artesia, but here's the Polywog to help him out. Is Artesia going to be able to heal himself? No, he's not. Pearl was just there a little bit too late, but now Succubus is actually in trouble, and a double war trap it looked like, and it does look like Succubus is going to fall. Dark Lady down to half life, and Predator is chasing him down with that Frostburn.
Armor.
And he is going to fall. Nice morph coming out, but Monarch. Nice try, but no potato, and here we have 3 heroes.
Yeah, the
falling.
Polywag is definitely the man of the match here. He's just getting the pickoffs left and right, and they're really, really ready to take these team fights, while the Gladiator was
Oh, look at the
still
bubbles.
at the top lane.
Ooh.
The Gladiator
He
was on the
almost got
top lane
caught
this
there.
entire team fight. Having
Yeah,
an Astrolabe and a Barrier Idol, but not able to actually use it with his team. Because he just wasn't there. And the Gladiator is so much teamfight potential.
Yeah,
with the
for
cult
sure.
alarms, with the Q.
Bubbles going in, trying to clear the
There's a
creep
Polywog
wave.
Shrunk can use.
Yeah, but is it gonna make a difference for this tower? We'll just have to wait and see. 20 seconds till Dark Lady spawns. Asleep on the lodestone. Are they setting up on him? The sleep is going to be taken by the Pearl, but that means Pearl, unfortunately, you are going to fall. Is the Legion team going to back? There's only 3 heroes there from the Hellborn side, but they are too afraid to keep going. And here comes the Succubus with the portal key, setting up on this Artesia.
Hollowback
What's the
ported
Legion
out.
team going to do? Is the Artesia? Yes, he's being left for dead by his team. So good job from the Hellborn team to capitalize on this misplay, I would call it, from the Legion side. Just pushing a bit too far.
They were
being a
just
bit
like
too
really
overconfident.
hesitant to go in at a certain time, but it worked out because the Legion side was just so slow compared to Bubbles with a PK and a tablets. Being able to catch that, and the Succubus with the PK, just catching the enemy, being able to set up, and getting a couple of kills there. But I'm still surprised that the Legion team is not deciding to go for this Kongor instead.
Yeah, they need to set up for it, but they've already lost the chance to get the Conqueror buff and the token. So right now it would just be to get those extra stats, and they do help, but not going for
stats,
that.
A lot of money.
Yeah, it makes it look like the Hellborn side is actually going to set up for this Conqueror.
Yeah, it should be relatively easy with the Dark Lady, just pounding in those auto attacks.
Yep, and with that lifesteal, he is going to be able to tank it fairly well, but Pearl is actually heading in right now. I think he's trying to place a ward. He got a rev ward up, but here's Gladiator. I think he's going to want to catch him. Pearl showdown.
Is not here.
Lodestone is not there. He's actually in the bottom lane, but Pearl, he's being healed up by Artesia, but is it going to be enough? Ult from the Pearl, he's going to survive. Here comes the Shrunken from the Dark Lady, focusing down the Polywog. He's not going to be able to finish him, though. Here comes the Lodestone with the ultimate on the Succubus. Nice Storm coming out, but Bubbles does fall to the Polywog ulti. Heal coming out from the Monarch. Is it going to be enough? Oh, and over in the river, we have Dark Lady actually getting caught out by the Polywog, but he does not have a Shrunken anymore, so again, the healing from the Legion just being so intense that Pearl was down to 200 HP, and then with an Astro Pop, Artesia heals, and Ultimate, he was able to survive.
They don't even have a scratch right now. It is actually insane. They're all fully healed up, and she actually bought the Gnome's Wisdom as well for extra healing.
That's just ridiculous. So everybody on the team now is going to heal whenever they use abilities.
Yeah, it's just so much healing, and the Legion side, or the Hellborn side, just not having the burst that they needed to finish off these targets, or not having the coordination to heal, to silence the Artesia and silence the Pearl. Because they're playing really well, they're splitting up, right? It's not that the Artesia and the Pearl are close together where they can both be silenced. No, the Artesia is all the way to the back, Pearl's kind of the frontliner, together with the rest of the team, and the Artesia just puts down the ultimate and starts pounding in those heals. And it is just so much healing that the Hellborn side cannot keep up with it.
Just look at the item that Gladiator picked up. With all his farming in the top lane, he decided to pick up a Dancing Blade.
I think he's going for a Bola right now.
I think that's going to be a good choice for the Predator.
Oh, they're going
Originally, it looks a bit strange, but okay, there we have the Polywog. He jumps in on the Gladiator. He is quite tanky though, and Monarch is there with the ultimate. Q coming in on the Pearl. Gladiator ulti going to hit 3 targets, but the Pearl ulti was perfect, and Dark Lady does not know who to hit. He just has to run. Polywog ulti in the middle of it all. Pred jumping in, gonna get the kill. 2 kills. Succubus and Gladiator are down. Bubbles feeling he might have bit off more than he can chew, and he is gonna get morphed up, and the GG call is
and there. Are still all fully HP. Even after that entire team fight, they don't have a scratch on them. I am actually amazed by how much this Artesia was doing this entire team fight.
The Hellborn looked to be in such a good position after the early game, but those heals.
The Predator just didn't have anything compared to the Dark Lady, but it just didn't matter. Because they just grouped up. They just started pushing towers, taking objectives. And every team fight, the Artesia was just not a target that was being focused enough, I think. Because Artesia didn't even have a Void. So you said Dark Lady didn't know who to go on. Well, go for Artesia. She's just healing so much. But then the Pearl just, popping the ultimates, pushing away the Dark Lady, because even though the Dark Lady had shrunken up, she still Dark Lady still gets pushed away by the Pearl ultimate. And it's just so annoying to deal with that crap.
Yeah, but I feel like Legion did a really good job on their side, noticing their timings, knowing that this Polywog was the big factor in this game, getting that initiation off.
Well, the moment the Polywag got his PK, they really started taking off. They just got initiation after initiation and really played actively as they should. Because they did not want to go late against this Dark Lady. So,
and final thoughts of the game?
Yeah, really well played by the Legion team. Legion team played much more organized, in my opinion. I think that's the main takeaway here. So organization really wins you the game. Because they just had Artesia all the way in the backgrounds, the rest of the team in the front line, soaking up those hits, and Artesia just healed them all back up. And they never really even got to the Artesia, because that's really a target you want to focus, but it was just not an option for the Hellborn team here. So well played by them.
And I look forward to seeing how they do in the next round. But who are they going to be facing in the next round? That is what we're going to be seeing in the next game. So thank you very much for watching. And I just wanted to talk about one thing. What was that weird thing that happened in the game, man? Like, just suddenly screen going off? I mean,
first of all, I thought I was actually under the effect of the Dark Lady ultimate. Turned out it was not a thing. No, but I actually had the same bug, man. It was really weird. I thought it was like my monitor at first. But I don't know. It was weird. Did everyone else see it as well? I don't think the players saw it, right?
Yeah.
No, I don't think the players reacted to it at all. No, it was weird. Oh well. I guess it will be sorted out.
Me and Dutch will be right back with the next game. So stay tuned. All right, welcome back to the last game of the evening. We have two of the last teams facing off of the 8 original teams, and these are actually some players that I know. I know Platychris, I know Asaf, I know Iraq, and they've been around for quite a while. I'm guessing some of you viewers will recognize them as well. It's Ellen's Inside versus Hassan Twins. So
Yeah, that should definitely be fun. Yeah, there's definitely some high team M players here. Chris, Mux, Asaf, and also on the Legion side we have Iraq, Big B, Victorium, and Swanaska. I do remember the name. But I even remember some of these names from the last HoN tour. It was like 3 years ago or something almost.
I'm not even going to try and say Orange's name, Havratska, or I mean, who knows?
We're not Swedish enough for that, man. We're just not Swedish enough. And we can
this
try,
is the
but
Dutch
we'll
stream.
fail. We're probably like upset. Yeah, why can't you guys just have some Dutch names or something? That's like really easy for us. Just
Yeah,
call
exactly.
some Stampot or something. You know?
Or, godverdomme, everything's easy.
Nurk in the cook.
No, you can't say that, Dutch. Shh. Anyways,
they don't
let's
speak
look
Dutch,
at the
right?
bands. Let's look at the bands. So we have an Andromeda, a Kinesis, an Ophelia, and a Parasite. So again, the Geomancer coming through as well as the Moira, but the Ophelia and Parasite are actually being banned out by the Hellborn team.
Yeah, I do know that some of the Hellborn people do really like Ophelia, and they know Ophelia is a strong pick. I actually scrimmed with them a couple of days ago, and they did pick up Ophelia a couple of times, and it is a really powerful pickup. Although it seems like the main way that you counter Ophelia right now is with that Arcane Orb, or Arcane Bomb, I think it's called. It is a really powerful tool against Ophelia, because it just deals so much damage to those creeps. But yeah, so they know the Ophelia has big power, so that's, I guess, why they wanted to ban it. They just have something else in mind that does not include the Ophelia.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
And that I think is surprising is Kinesis. We haven't seen that banned on other heroes, right?
Yeah.
Or in other games.
Well, in the first game where I was actually playing in, we made sure to ban it because that hero just feels kind of cheesy. You know, it's incredibly strong, has a lot of
it is really strong, yeah.
But
especially if you pick something like a Magnus or something, it just becomes insane.
Exactly, and Ophelia actually has the highest win rate in TMM right now at 57%. So it's not only strong in competitive, it's also strong in TMM.
Yeah, there's definitely like a difference between whether something is strong in competitive or in TMM. For example, if you look at the Tundra, it's a beautiful example of this. I remember that Tundra with the bird gives you so much information that it was just banned pretty much always for a very long time. But right now it doesn't seem to be strong enough to be picked up.
Yep, but both teams are now, well, the Hellborn team is now getting their third pick. Let's talk a little bit about the Emerald Warden first pick, because I find this interesting. This hero has never really had a place in the European scene in competitive as long as I have been casting, and even before that, it was really never picked up that much. But I've been seeing it more and more in TMM as this really annoying, frustrating hero to play against, simply due to that overgrowth.
Yeah, the overgrowth is definitely really strong, doing a really high amount of damage, and just being able to place the traps in advance makes you so you basically always have an escape ready, because they walk into the trap and they're just like delayed for another 2 to 3 seconds, and you get out then, right?
But and curiously, it's actually stronger in the mid game than it is in the early game, because a lot of heroes have a hatchet in the early game and they can use that to get one of the 2 auto attacks in on it. So in those early to mid game team fights, it's going to be very frustrating.
I am not a big fan of it though as a first pick. I feel like there are better heroes to pick up, like the Bombardier, even like the Pebbles are 2 really solid pickups. And the Emerald Warden is not really a hero you can put in the mid lane, I think. At least I don't think it's strong enough for something in the mid lane, or it doesn't have impact enough. So
yeah, I think it's actually the second support, or the full support even, because they have the Myrmidon, and I don't know how they're going to run that, but Myrmidon has the potential to be just as annoying as Emerald Warden due to him having one of the best escapes in the game in wave form, because it also slows enemies as he passes through them. And having 2 stuns on one hero is already strong, especially when you cast Magikarp from Fog, or when you have a Cthulhu Font to set up the Weed Field, or when you set up yourself with the Weed Field Magikarp. And it's just a frustrating hero to play against. And Pebbles is a really solid pick. I think that hero is one of the strongest mid laners right now, simply due to how tanky he is and how much burst and disables he gives to the rest of the team.
Yeah, the moment you get that staff and a PK, it's just so much damage and so much. You get the ability like to group up the enemy, even if they don't want to, because you just throw them all on one big pile, and it's just such a powerful like cross control tool. So I really like those picks. Yeah. especially with the Bombardier. If either one of them gets the staff, gives it to the other, it's such a powerful combo. And we see Dark Lady pick up.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
I'm not so sure about it. Can Dark
It's
Lady,
really-
you know this better than me. You
Pharaoh.
play more carries than I do, but can he jump out of the Pharaoh mummy wall?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. I'm not sure
Like-
about this answer, but
No,
I'll
like
take it.
sometimes you can. Sometimes you the charge does go off, but you stay inside the mummy walls. And sometimes you like charge out and you get pushed by the mummy walls as you charge out.
Yeah.
Does that satisfy your need for knowledge, or?
The fact
It's-
that it's a chance, a probability of it happening.
Yeah,
bothers
like
me,
I
but
think if you are already inside the mummy walls, you have a hard time getting out as
Yeah.
a Dark Lady. So say like 80% of the time, I don't think you'll get out.
Yeah.
So I think Dark Lady is definitely a bit on the weak side against the Pharaoh, because the Pharaoh picks up something like barbed armor, or just becomes really tanky, and the Dark Lady just can't really do that much.
Oh,
And that's the Riptide pickup.
A Riptide.
BKB
Okay.
is a really big fan of the Riptide, I do know that, and he's also a really good Riptide player. So I think he's the one going. Yeah, he's the one that's going to be playing that Riptide. There's no surprise there.
And for all clarity, by the way, Gemini
Sorry,
is
yeah.
BKB and Chill. We know him from both names, but
He also streams.
we're
a
gonna
lot
try
recently.
and yeah, we're gonna try and refrain from using player names because they all change all the time. Anyways,
Yeah.
But yeah, so we have this Dark Lady plus Riptide dual carry combo. I'd say Riptide is more a carry than a initiator
Yeah.
or anything like that.
It's like a carry, or like a hero with a really strong early game presence that can transition into a carry, right?
Yeah,
But if you look at the early game, then it's definitely something like a ganker.
yeah.
And we see a Blitz pickup. Blitz is a really strong pickup against both Riptide and the Dark Lady, because you just speed someone up, and those two heroes really rely on their slows. So I
Yeah.
really like it.
I really like it as well, and it gives a lot of freedom to the Hellborn team to take their own team fights when they want to. Because looking at the Legion team right now, they do not have a secure stun. And we've talked about this in the previous game about how important it is to have a secure stun, like the Polywog in the last game, that he was able to morph people instantly. But
Yeah.
the Legion team right now, they have a Cthulhuphant and a Myrmidon. That's the only stuns that they have. So the Hellborn side has a lot more stuns.
Yeah, and a lot of more like pick-off potential with the Pharaoh, with the Bombardier. If he decides to get a PK, even the Blitz has a good stun. And the Pebbles, of course. And say you get like the last game, the Poliwag had a PK, and that's some really solid lockdown. She just needed that PK instantly. Say the Cthulhu fan gets a PK this time, it's still going to be really hard to hit that stun on multiple targets. And it's still just a really slow stun in general. So I would definitely say that the advantage goes to the Hellborn team, and they're actually running a tri-lane here.
Yeah,
that
they're
is
having
interesting.
the Bombardier as a support as well as the Blitz. And we saw this in the second game of the evening, that a Bombardier was actually doing a lot of work as a support, grabbing that spell shards, grabbing that portal key, and getting sick ultis off, because people forget about the hero when he's a support. When you play him in mid lane, people are going to be very tempted to always kill the Bombardier because he has such a huge presence. But now he can sort of sit in the back and wait for a perfect opportunity to get a great ulti off.
Yeah, it does mean that you're not likely to see something like a staff or a spell shards on the Bombardier. But we can always have the Pebbles farming and have the Pebbles get a staff for this Bombardier. Because that Bombardier staff is quite powerful. Surprisingly, I don't see them picking up an orb. Or a Samos, how it's called? Samos orb or something?
Orb of
Orb of
Samos.
Samos. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that it didn't pick it up, because it's a lot of extra damage, and the money that you get is a big factor, I would argue.
Yeah, for sure. But what I do like, though, is that Blitz realizing that they are going to be an aggressive tri lane, does pick up the early power supply because that item is just incredibly strong.
Yeah, especially against Dark Lady.
But
Dark Lady's
what
just
I'm
gonna be
wondering,
spamming that W.
what I'm wondering right now is it actually smart for them to put this aggressive tri lane? Because a Cthulhu versus a Madman, both are arguably quite strong in 1v1s, but Cthulhu is just a bit tankier. And if Cthulhu gets a lot of farm, he can get very scary because when he gets a staff effect, then he forces everyone around him to just start attacking him, whether you're looking at him or not. And that is going to be ridiculous. It's going to throw team fights all out of whack for the Hellborn team. So they need to make sure that Cthulhu doesn't get that really early.
Yeah, I'm curious what the Cthulhu fan is going for in general, because even like I'm not sure if the ultimate goes to Shrunken. I'm not sure if you know that either.
I don't
But
think so.
I don't think that the Cthulhu fan is going to be solo top, is he? I think the Emerald Warden is going to lane with the Cthulhu fan right now. Oh, they're going in bottom.
Yeah, there's a fight happening, and it is going to be a kill quickly on the Myrmidon, and he also levels his waveform, so he was just a bit...
That was a snipe from the mid lane, by the way.
That's insane.
That's some 5-head move right there.
What a play coming out from
the
the
sniped
Pharaoh.
like 10 seconds in advance or something.
Yeah.
And that is an easy bottle on the mid lane, I guess.
They do have 3 stunts to set it up with, but wow. That is indeed an easy bottle for him.
Well, that's like just the power of a 3-stun tri-lane, right? And the Dark Lady is gonna have to get a lot of farm with just her W spam. But that just buffs the power supply from both the Blitz and the Bombardier. And I assume Pebbles is gonna get a power supply soon as well. And they're just gonna sustain themselves on the lane just with the power supply. And Dark Lady is definitely going to suffer from that.
I would like to talk about the mid lane as well, because originally you'd expect the Riptide to be really strong, but the thing with the Pharaoh is that he can actually just put mummy walls down on top of his own creeps so that the Riptide can never come in range to auto attack.
Now,
and this is a very overlooked ability.
I do think that the Gemini, sorry, not Gemini, the Riptide can actually charge out of the mummy walls. I'm pretty sure of that.
Yeah, but even if he charges out of it, it's not going to matter, because for the early game, if he just gets some last hits off, or prevents some last hits rather.
Yeah, it really does limit the kill potential from the Riptide though. Yeah, this is what you were talking about. Pharaoh just putting up the mummy walls, dealing some true damage or magic damage, and draining some mana from the target. It is just so powerful.
Yeah, and in the bottom lane, that's the lane we're going to be looking at a lot. Yeah, they moved down the Emerald Warden so that they have a tri-lane versus tri-lane, but Emerald Warden actually has Overgrowth skilled up, so he's not going to have that slow from the wolves coming out.
You do want the Overgrowth level 1 though. The Overgrowth is just so strong. And the wolves have a very long cooldown with not that much damage attached to them. So, I would like for this Cthulhu fan to start using his Q a bit more at the top lane, because the Madman is just farming right now, and the Cthulhu fan trample does a lot of damage as long as there are creeps that you're pushing with them.
I just wanted to say that, because what Cthulhu just did was not use that many creeps, but they can definitely get a lot of harassing using that.
Yeah. No, every creep that you push with him is 20 extra damage. So if you have like 2 creep waves, as you just saw there.
And he does it again, yep.
That is like 200 extra damage.
Oh, Overgrowth is going to catch the Blitz. Weedfield coming out to air. This is going to be enough. Blitz does end up falling to the Dark Lady. He's going to enjoy that a lot. Toss back coming out from the Pebbles, but the Charging Strikes is there. Bomb is on the Dark Lady, and nice dodge from the Pebbles to get away from the Weedfield, but they are not able to finish him off.
Just missed, and they're gonna get a counter kill here.
Emerald Warden gonna get hit a bit. The bomb on him. Yeah, that's a dead Emerald Warden. But nice, sneaky Overgrowth to start that for the Legion side. Unfortunate that the turn kill happened, but they're dangerous nonetheless.
Yeah,
stun coming in on the Dark Ladies. Another 2 stuns, but he's able to charge out just in time.
They're actually significantly more dangerous than I expected them to be. The Myrmidon did skill his waveform instead of the magic harp. Probably to survive earlier. I didn't quite catch that. But that does limit his damage by a significant amount,
Pharaoh is
actually.
catching the Riptide in mid lane, and he just jumps out of the Pharaoh wall after it goes down.
Yeah, as I said, it is a quite weird ability sometimes. That's Pharaoh, that's Pharaoh wall and Riptide's wave form, however you want to call it.
Yep.
But Madman is doing quite good against the Cthulhu fans here.
Yeah, like I was honestly expecting Cthulhu to do a little bit better, but he really just needs to use his abilities more. Like, he's leveled Trample twice now, probably because it has more burst damage, and that's better against the Madman. But Obliterate is really what you want to level. And here comes a Pharaoh Rocket. Is this going to be enough for the Madman? No.
No,
He does
Madman
not
has
want to
no
risk it.
mana. I'd really like for the Madman to pick up the Refreshing Ornaments and maybe Chalice or something, sustain himself a bit in the lane and just push
Here comes in the stun, and he uses Obliterate right after. Madman doesn't actually have any mana. Is it going to be enough damage? Like, this is what I'm saying. The Obliterate needs to be leveled up.
That is a Chalice.
I'm pretty sure that would have been a kill on the Madman.
Yeah, he decided to level his E instead, which is
Yeah.
weird because it only
Useless.
works on physical damage. So only on the auto attacks for the Madman.
There you go. Myrmidon
bottom
is
lane.
getting stunned up by the Blitz, but Myrmidon turning with the Magikarp, and it is going to stun Blitz, but Blitz a bit too quick to dodge the Weed Field afterwards. So this bottom lane...
Oh, he's going
wow,
in.
Myrmidon is actually getting caught out by the Blitz, and that power supply, I was talking about that, but nice overgrowth coming out from the Emerald Warden for the turn kill. But here come the Pebbles. He's going to get the stun off on the Emerald Warden. He's going to have a toss. Is he going to toss him back? Yes, he is. Bomb on him as well. Stacked on top of the Dark Lady, but here is the Emerald Warden field. And in the meantime, the Cthulhu actually ends up falling to the Madman. Myrmidon's back. He's going to be there with a Weed Field, but... nope, he's not going to try.
Yeah, the Dark Lady not choosing to not pursue the Pebbles there was a bit... yes, bit scary play, or a bit pussy play from him, one might say. Yeah, I would have liked for him to just go for it. Because the Pebbles is worth a lot right now.
Yeah,
But
for sure.
I feel like the Emerald Warden is having more impact in his lane than I would initially gave him credit for. Because those overgrowths are doing work in this trial lane.
Yep.
It's-
But he
it's
should
mainly
really
the-
look to pick up a power supply.
Yeah, both of them really should.
Yep.
Because it's just such a powerful tool. But the Myrmidon seems like he's actually prioritizing that Grave Locket first. Which
Yeah,
of course
I think
also
that's
really
super
powerful.
greedy. That's
Yeah.
super greedy, though. I think
Definitely.
that's a bad idea.
And the
Top
Bombardier
lane, you have
did
Cthulhu on
choose.
stunning, but nope.
The Bombardier did choose to pick up an Orbis Samus right now. I definitely do like that because it just gives you so much money.
Yep.
And,
And we can sell it for half cost afterwards, which doesn't make any
it's-
sense. But
yeah, it's just a nice amount of stats, to be fair.
that is
Two
well.
of every stat
Movement
for
speed.
three. Yeah, movement speed, damage, everything you want in a lane, basically.
Yep.
And I always think the same thing about Grave Lockets.
Yeah, for sure. And Grave Locket
Grave
also
Locket-
gives a little bit of vision, of course, when you die.
Yeah, but like if you just look at purely the stats that it gives, right? It's 5 in every stat and 2 armor for 700 gold or something. That is really good. In addition to like the extra HP, or so the extra movement speed and extra damage
Yep.
for 2 heroes. Anyway, Blitz making rotation to the mid lane.
Yep. Looks like Pharaoh or Riptide might be a little bit of trouble. Nah. The thing with
can
Riptide
still
is that he's very tanky though, and his
Madman
Q
chasing.
ability is super strong. Especially when people are chasing, you slow the attack speed. Here's the stun though, and he is gonna dodge it with that undertow.
Yeah, the undertow makes you completely invincible.
And then in the
So,
bottom lane, Bombardier might be a bit too far. Here comes the Wheatfield and the Magikarp. Emerald Warden missing the overgrowth, but actually in the meantime, Myrmidon does fall to the Pebbles combo. And here we have
And there's a Blitz
They're
returning.
coming in. Pharaoh's there as well. Dark Lady's in a bit of trouble. He's going to get Pharaoh walled up. Dark Lady's standing there. Is he going to be able to charge out? It's going to be there in 2 seconds. He whiffs the toss actually, and Dark Lady manages to get out. Emerald Warden being slowed down by
They
the
walk
Blitz.
into a
He does
trap.
have 7 in the power supply. All right,
Those
so
traps makes it so hard for them to chase them.
yeah, but a bit of a misplay coming out from the Pebbles, not tossing the creep onto the Dark Lady. Here comes Riptide. He's got an Invis Rune, but it's not even necessary. Wheatfield coming in, hitting 2 heroes. That slow coming in from the Dark Lady. Is Riptide going to chase? He does have his ability soon. The tower hitting the Myrmidon. He seems to be going fine. Ooh, but Blitz. Is this going to be the smart decision? No vision given from the Magikarp, so well played by the Blitz to port out there.
Yeah, just like great state of mind there. He just knew, okay, they're not going in. I have no way of escaping. He probably saw the Invis Rune on the Riptide and just decided to piece out of there. So great play by him.
Top lane, Bombardier setting up on the Cthulhu Font with the Madman.
Madman having great farm, by the way.
Here comes the Obliterate. Madman going in for the slow. Cthulhu taking quite a lot of damage from that already. Here comes in the bomb. He's going to get slowed up a bit. Are there going to be any TPs from the Legion side? It doesn't look like it. But they're forced to auto-attack. Is it going to be enough? They can't kill him under this state, but it will end up falling. Riptide is coming nearby, though. Does he have a dust? Does not look like he does. So killing the Madman is going to be difficult. In the meantime, Blue does fall, and so does Dark Lady in the bottom lane due to Pharaoh using the ultimate in combination with the Pebbles combo.
Yeah, the Dark Lady was actually at 400 GPM against the tri-lane. Even though it seemed like the Hellborn side was winning this tri-lane quite a bit, it seemed like the Dark Lady was just getting a lot of farm. Probably with the Tainted Soul all the time.
Yeah, Taint Soul, as well as the Hatchet, as well as the ability to pull the Easy Camp, provide a lot of opportunity for safe farming.
And they only killed the supports a couple of times, the Blitz and the Emerald Warden. And the Dark Lady was basically
Cthulhu coming in with the stun on the Blitz, but nothing's going to come from that.
Did they decide to rotate
well,
to Pharaoh
but we see the Emerald Warden right now getting caught out by the Madman and the Bombardier, and is going to fall to the Bombardier. So nice rotations coming out from the Bombardier so far, but Riptide going in on the Blitz. Is he going to be able to finish him? Nice stun coming out with the slow, and he's going to run away. Riptide getting stunned up by the Pebbles, and but he had power supply, and he did so much damage with that one auto attack, and he finishes off the Blitz.
330 damage on the Watery Grave, the Q from the Riptide, and that just melts this Blitz.
There we have it. Pharaoh getting caught out in bottom. He's going to get silenced up, but the silence is actually done for now, so the Hellfire doing quite a lot to slow them, but not enough damage coming out from the Dark Lady. And Dark Lady actually maxed the Taint Soul, and I really like this, so he can support his teammates in the lane, and it also makes it easier to last it for him.
Yeah, definitely.
What do you think
and
about
also
that?
Against someone like a Pharaoh who picked up the plated Greaves actually, your auto attacks are not doing that much. So having the Taint Soul max with a cooldown of 6 seconds only, I believe, doing 150 magic damage is quite a lot.
Yeah, for
sure. So yeah, I really like it. They were definitely not playing the aggressors in this lane.
Yeah, exactly. But it's an ability that lasts 5 seconds with a cooldown of 6 seconds. So you could almost say it has a downtime of 1 second.
Yeah, it is tapering though. So
yeah, for sure.
It would be a bit broken if it wasn't.
Yeah. They seem to have actually rotated some of the lanes. In mid lane, Pebbles is actually coming a bit low from this Riptide. I mean, the damage is just ridiculous when he's in the water.
Pebbles has no bottle right now, and the Riptide is just spamming that Q onto the Pebbles, forcing him to go back. I'm not sure. Oh, wait. Emerald Warden might find the Pebbles here.
And the stun misses, but Blitz is there.
I don't even know if he realized.
I don't think he did. He had no vision of that hill. He had no idea how close he was to the Pebbles.
Oh my god. And the Investor on top, the Riptide did pop a smoke or a field rot, and they might find the Madman here. No, I actually think they saw.
Yeah?
I think they saw him pick up that Investor in there. Because they do have a ward.
But Cthulhu still doesn't have boots, so it's going to be difficult for him to catch up to anything.
Oh
but
my
Riptide
god,
might actually run into Bombardier. Oh, they're so close to each other. And here comes the Wolves to get the vision. And the silence comes out, and the auto attacks. Are they going to be too much? Yes. 2 ports coming in. Madman might be able to set up by slowing
Pebbles with a PK.
Hero. Pebbles coming in with a PK, and he is going to combo down that Emerald Warden instantly. But is that really the target you want to go on? Now the Riptide with the Invis Rune, he does scout out the Madman, but he also saw the Pharaoh, I think.
They may have seen that the Q from the Madman actually hit the Riptide there, because it does show you a little animation.
Yep, and at the bottom lane we have Dark Lady just farming away.
Going
He's
in
actually
top?
up to 420 Jim. They're going in. Riptide almost getting the Madman down, but nice wall coming out from the Pharaoh. But Pharaoh might be in trouble now himself. He's trapped in with 2 tanky heroes. Cthulhu Fun
One
really close to
HP,
dying.
look at Cthulhu Fun.
Oh, and he's
Oh.
1 HP, and actually the Pharaoh and the Blitz end up falling. So good TPs coming out from the Legion side, and that Pharaoh mummy wall might have just been his own grave.
Yeah, but it did save the rest of his team from a lot more
Pebbles coming
deaths,
in
I
with the
do
PK.
believe.
He's only level 7. Nice Bombardier ulti to combine with it. And Madman with the barrel roll, making sure that there's enough damage to kill the Dark Lady.
This is a Pebbles that decided to go for the PK before the Chalice, which definitely allows him to pick up a lot of kills and stuff, but you see every time he makes the rotation, he has to go back to base almost. Because that combo just costs a lot of mana.
Yeah.
What do
he
you
can
think
use
about that?
maybe 2 combos in a fight, and then he has to go back. Ooh, there's the overgrowth, but
Those traps
Riptide
are
is having
so
none of it.
annoying, man.
yeah,
They're
for sure.
so annoying to play
Madman
against.
is actually getting caught out by the overgrowth as well, but he's deciding to
kill
be a
him
bit
here.
aggressive. Here's Riptide. He does have the silence. He is going to silence him, but it was just a little bit too late.
It also surprised me that none of the Legion team has decided to pick up a dust by now. Especially on this map where there are very much spots where you can juke into the trees. I always like to just buy dust. And when you're playing against a Madman, it is such a powerful tool to have.
Yep, for sure.
Also, they
And
are
again,
really
we also have very
stacking.
limited catch in
They're
general.
stacking the entire Legion jungle.
Yeah, they're
There's
just
stacks
setting
in
up
the
for
hard
when
camp.
Dark Lady has the cleaver. Because if you look at Madman, although he has higher GPM than the Dark Lady, he's actually no closer to the cleaver because he went for some more build-up items. In the mid lane, Riptide actually catching the Blitz, and the entire Hellborn team is going over here, except for the Pharaoh. But Pharaoh is the one catch they have.
They do have the pebbles to the PK, of course, but they're just down a hero. And
Yeah,
it's
but-
been like that for a couple of times now, where they're just... they got cut off by the Riptide. It's mainly the Riptide doing a lot of work at the moment.
Yeah, he's just
Even though he
hitting
hasn't been
really
farming a
hard.
lot. Yeah.
And you have Pebbles right now smoking down to bottom. They want to stop this Dark Lady from farming because he's got the cleaver incoming. But the problem with the aggressive tri-lane Pebbles, I think, is that he's only level 8.
Yeah,
He's just not
I
going to
thi-
do that much damage with his combo.
It's still more for the stun, I think, right?
Yeah, for sure. But if you're put
I
into
mean-
this position, I maybe would have even liked to see Bombardier being the one farming, simply because
Oh,
Pebbles
going
will
in.
get a PK. They're going in on the bottom lane. Dark Lady is going to get comboed up. Pharaoh coming in with the ulti. Is it going to be enough? Yes, it is. So Dark
And
Lady,
that is
after just getting the cleaver, is going to fall.
Oh, that is a really poor decision then to go in at that point. Because they do have the entire jungle stacked. You don't want the enemy to potentially take that, but I don't even think they can. I think they will spot that there are stacks everywhere. And this is also a big difference between like last game and this game. Last game, the enemy Dark Lady didn't have a single stack in the entire jungle. The moment she hit that cleaver, she didn't really get the chance to start spiking. While this
So
time,
bottom lane, Pharaoh is going to fall to the combined might of Cthulhu, Merm, and Emerald Warden.
and the Pharaoh deciding to pick up a barbed armor. I really like that against the Dark Lady.
Yeah, for sure. Because then it's not that they're trapped in there. That it's not that Pharaoh is trapped in there with them, like what we just saw, but it's that they're trapped in his walls with him because they can't
and
attack him.
Yeah. And Dark Lady just gonna take a triple stack in the hard camp and just really gonna start spiking here. I really like them. They do have link items, right? Yes, the Myrmidon can link up with someone, but they're missing out a lot of money and XP here by not being linked up to the Dark Lady.
Yeah, but he's linked up to the Riptide as well. And
No, he's linked
also
up to
been
the
doing-
Emerald Warden,
What?
I believe.
No, Emerald Warden is far too far away from the
Emerald Warden had the Gravelocket buff. He was linked up to the
Oh.
to the Emerald Warden.
Oh no.
Two
Oh,
heroes that are not farming.
And now the triple ancients are going to be taken by Dark Lady, so his farm is going to start spiraling out of control. And Pharaoh did scout it out
Thank
with
you,
the
said
rocket,
the
but it
Pharaoh.
was too
I will
late.
take that. I don't
But
even think the
Madman-
Pharaoh had vision there.
Yeah, I don't think he did. But Madman is actually farming really well without having his cleaver yet, and I think he should have it soon.
I think he needs... No, I think he has it right now, doesn't he? Yes, he
Yeah,
does.
there you go. So he's
But
a
you
little
see
bit
that the-
later, but it doesn't matter because he still has higher GPM.
They're
in a
setting
way.
up bottom, but there's no one there. They're
Yeah.
just farming on the Dark Lady right now, which is good coordinated gameplay by the Legion team, I guess. Not being able to get picked off by that Pebbles with the PK. Pebbles still not having picked up a Chalice. What do you think about that?
He does have a power supply now, though, which he didn't have before.
Yeah, but like the nice thing about having a Pebbles with a Chalice is that you can like nuke waves and stuff and just push out stuff. And now you can't, because the moment you use a combo, you basically have to go back to base. Oh,
Look
and
at
they're
this
deciding to go
Legion
Kongor.
team going Kongor. He has a regen on the Riptide, so if he wants to, he can choose to go regen, make sure that he can tank. But Dark Lady has a bit of lifesteal. But what I love about Riptide is that he makes the other heroes on his team substantially stronger with his ulti. He makes everybody get 15% of Riptide's agility and damage.
They might not be able to take it though. Oh, they do.
Yeah,
Never
they already
mind.
finished it. It
Yeah,
just
they
took
were
a lot
getting
more
low.
effort. And I
Yeah,
feel like
but-
the Hellborn is completely not knowing about this. They're still waiting bottom.
Yeah, they're just waiting for someone to show up. While they must have already seen them because they do wards all over their base or all over their jungle. Their own jungle, I mean. So they're just wasting a lot of time right now. I would like for the Hellborn team to just start taking control of this game a bit. Start stacking for the Madman, because the Madman does have his cleaver by now. And you saw that like the Dark Lady's entire jungle was completely stacked, while Madman is actually taking a triple stack Ancients by now. But he didn't have any stacks at all in his jungle, so he wasn't able to spike as much as the Madman did.
But it does look like he's
Ahead of-
keeping up
yeah.
in farm really well. He did
Yeah,
just
which is
finish the triple stack
surprising.
Ancients. And he's gonna
Yeah,
get
but
that
so
whip
did the
thing.
Dark
Is he
Lady.
gonna take over a creep? Not right now. But then again, it's also due to the Hellborn having taken one extra tower. That can mean that 40 GPM difference, perhaps.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it is, but the Madman is definitely keeping up in farm with the... Oh, they're going middle.
Yep, they're going middle. And the toss coming in on the Myrmidon, and he is going to fall to the Bombardier. So nice toss back coming out
That
from the
is
Pebbles. But here's the
3
Legion team.
teleports.
They're going in on the Pebbles, but Pharaoh is there with the ulti. And the Bombardier ulti Riptide just explodes. And here you have the Cthulhu font, but he's just forced to run away. He can't do anything.
Yeah, the Cthulhu Font with these items just... You can basically just ignore him. He's going for an Astro maybe or something, but it doesn't seem like he has anything. He's probably
Yeah.
going for a PK actually.
Actually, he's down to only 240